Appeals in accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law relating to the 2020 novel coronavirus outbreak. This public meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is physically closed to the public in order to avoid group congregation. There are alternative public access measures in place to this meeting, which are being provided tonight. One is via Falmouth Community Television, and real-time public comment can be addressed to the zoning board utilizing the Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. You can log on to Zoom at www.falmouthmass.us/CBA. There is a link at that address. You can click it and it will start up the Zoom feature for you. I'll introduce the board at this time. My name is TJ Hurry. I'm the chair of the board. Also with us tonight is Bob Dugan, who is the clerk, Ed Van Kuren, who is a full voting member, Scott Zielinski, who is a full voting member, Mary Berry, who is an associate member, and James Morse, who is an associate member as well. Noreen Stockman is our zoning administrator. Ashley DeMello is the recording secretary tonight. Also with us tonight from Falmouth IT department is Tom Cox and Adriana Pantano. The Zoning Board of Appeals is charged with applying the zoning bylaws for the town, and we consider requests for special permits, variances, and appeals as provided in the bylaws, which have been approved by town meeting and the Attorney General's office for the Commonwealth. All decisions that the board makes are made through the public hearing process. The board's goal is to hear testimony from the applicants and also from the public, and to allow a full and fair discussion of the project prior to rendering a decision. To begin each hearing, the clerk will read the public announcement of the hearing and then present any pertinent information from the file, such as referrals from town departments and summarizing correspondences to the board. The applicant or the applicant's representative will then have 15 minutes to make a presentation, and time may be extended by vote of the board. The board will then question the applicant, and the public will be invited to comment as well. Public comment, again, can be utilized using the Zoom virtual software at www.falmouthmass.us/ZBA. And when you do type in public comment, we just ask you to use your full name and address for the record. And we will address any comment, question, or concern you might have when the appropriate time comes during the hearing throughout the night. The board will then either close or continue the hearing when the board is satisfied that enough information has been presented by testimony and in the file to make a decision. By motion and vote of the board, the hearing will be closed. In the alternative, we may continue the hearing to a future date and time. After a hearing is closed, no more testimony may be taken. And as for board discussion and decision, the board may then further discuss the project among ourselves and make a motion to deny or approve would be made and voted upon. Such a motion would include a summary of key findings and conditions. An affirmative vote of 4 members, which is a supermajority, is required for approvals of motions on special permits, variances, and appeals. The split vote, such as a 3-2 vote, would be a failure to carry and results in denial of the project. Under Massachusetts general law, if a special permit is denied, the applicant cannot return for 2 years to the board unless the project is substantially different. So turning to our agenda for the night, we have, it appears that we have 4 continuations, 3 new hearings, and we also have items on our open meeting agenda. First up for tonight is public comment. This sort of public comment is meant for anything that is not on our agenda tonight. So if there's anyone out there with anything to speak of with something that is not on our agenda tonight, go ahead and type that into the webinar chat using your full name and address, and we can make an announcement if anything comes in. And if anything comes in, I'll just make note of that and announce it. Bob, as far as the agenda goes for tonight, will be there any motions taking anything out of order?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to take the continuance application 30-20 Muse, 14 Benham Road, out of order, so we can handle that first.
Very good. Is there a second? And everyone's on mute right now, so if anyone's trying to chime in.
I'll second it.
All right, motion to take application 30-20 out of order. The motion was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll have to do a roll call vote. Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
James,
James Morse, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary,
Mary Berry I.
Ed? Oh, you're muted, Ed.
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Thank you, Ed. And TJ Hurry, aye. So that motion to take that application out of order carries unanimously.
So now regarding application 30-20, which is Peter Muse, 14 Benham Road. We do have a letter in the file requesting withdrawal. It says, "To whom this may concern, we at Paul's Pizza and Seafood would like to withdraw our request for a seasonal tent permit. At this time, we need time to do more research on what is required of us to make it work. Thank you for the time on this matter." Signed, Peter Muse, owner. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the withdrawal without prejudice on this application.
I'll second that motion.
Second,
Very good. A motion to allow the withdrawal without prejudice was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. I will do a roll call vote again. Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
James,
James Morse, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary,
Mary Berry I.
Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So that application is withdrawn without prejudice, carries unanimously. And Bob, will we be going to the top of the order now with the continuation?
Yes, we'll go regular order now, starting with continuation 96-19, which is March, 94 Nantucket Avenue, Falmouth.
Very good. Thank you, Bob. And seeing in the attendees list who should be elevated, who's representing them?
They had Michael McGrath and also actually Michael McGrath was the agent for the owner.
I see. And I don't see Mr. McGrath in the attendees list. Oh, is there a Pat Roach on there?
The only one I have in the file, unless Mr. McGrath has sent someone else from his company.
Roach, PJ.
Right, if we could elevate him, please. Mr. Roach, are you with us?
I am, but I thought Mike McGrath was going to be the one presenting this. Would it be possible to request that this is taken out of this order and so I can contact him?
Sure, I think we can table it for now.
I
So,
appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to table this application till the end of the continuations this evening.
Very good. So, Mr. Roach, we'll just do a quick roll call vote to allow that, and you can get in contact with him.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. All right, so we'll take a motion was made by Dugan to table this until the end of the continuations. Is there a second?
Second it.
All right, seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
James,
James Morse, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary,
Mary Berry I.
Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So that passes unanimously, and we will hear that application at the end of the continuations.
So then we'd move on to application 27-20, 797 Main Street LLC, 797 Main Street, Falmouth. And Mr. Chuba was on that application, if he's in the list.
I believe he is. Adriana, if you could elevate Mr. Chupa, please.
How do you spell the last name?
Chuba.
Mr. Chuba.
Yes.
Oh, he's in.
Yep, he's there. Thank you, Adriana. Go ahead, Mr. Chuba, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair. For the record, at 112 State Road in Dartmouth, Massachusetts, and I represent the applicant on this application, 797 Main Street LLC. Just to refresh your memories, at the last meeting, we've been going back and forth with this project. This is an application for a special permit to expand an existing non-conforming structure. The structure is the old Cumberland Farm building on Main Street, and the structure doesn't meet the side setback. So the proposal is to modify the structure and to add to it, add the second floor on top. The first floor would be a restaurant with 44 seats, and the second floor and the third 1.5 story on top with 3 apartments. Back and forth, this application was approved by the planning board for a site plan approval, and also we had a special permit from the planning board to park within 5 feet of the street line. At the last meeting, I remember the board members had some concerns about the comments from the engineering department, and those comments had to do with the stormwater design. They're purely technical, but the board didn't feel comfortable to render a decision on this project unless they heard from the engineering department. And also, one of the comments was from the ground engineer wanted to confirm the depth of the groundwater. So since then, we did hire a contractor and we got an excavator. We went there, we dug a test pit 14 feet down. No groundwater was encountered. This was submitted to the town engineer. We did revise our plans to address his comments. I did send the plans back to Ms. Stockman. I haven't heard anything from the engineering department since, and I'm not sure if Ms. Stockman has anything on file. And also, I believe Mr. Zelinski asked to look at the tanks report when the tanks were removed from the ground. I did submit a copy of the report also, and I did submit a copy of the tax assessors documents showing that 815 Falmouth LLC, the abutters to the property, is the owner of Cycle Avenue, because there was some questions whether Cycle Avenue was a public way or a private way. It is a private way owned by 815 Falmouth LLC. I did submit the information. Also, I had the listing from the street, from the town street and DPW engineering department showing Cycle Avenue as a private way. At this time, I believe we had addressed all the comments. We submitted all the requested documents that you have requested, and I'm hoping that we can put this to bed tonight and get a vote on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shuba. And the voting members on this are myself, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski.
And also, Ken won't be here this evening. Ken Foreman.
Ken was a voting member, but he's not here this evening.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just read a couple of things that were in the file. Mr. Chuba had mentioned the information he gave for engineering. There is an answer here from Scott Schluter from the engineering department. He said, and this is dated July 9th at 2:08 p.m. It says, I took a quick look at the plans, and while there may only be 2 sheets revised, there are 4 pages of comments, many of them technical from my last review. I cannot give this the time it deserves to adequately review it in time for the meeting tonight. The revised plan should have been submitted to us earlier. We do request that you continue the meeting so that we can adequately review this. There is also a letter in the file from Edward Kirk that I'd like to read into the record. This is dated July 8th, 2020. And it's regarding Appeal 27-20, 797 Main Street LLC. Dear members of the board, on behalf of 815 Main Street LLC, the owner of land which abuts the above referenced property, I would like to offer some minor factual observations and clarifications. As you'll probably recall from my previous hearings and correspondence from this office, 815 Main Street LLC and 797 Main Street LLC are parties to a reciprocal easement agreement, which was recorded at the Barnstable County Land Court Registry on November 19th, 2019, as Land Court Document 1383970. There was also a plan dated March 2019 attached to the recorded easement, showing the extent and location of various rights relating to parking and rights of passage over the subject properties, as described in this document. In support of the current application for special permit, the applicant has submitted a plan entitled Proposed Layout Plan, bearing a date of June 18th, 2020. The plan contains a legend on its face containing the words Exhibit A, Easement Plan. I would like to clarify that the plan of June 18th, 2020, which the applicant has submitted in support of his application for special permit, is not the plan which is attached to the recorded reciprocal easement agreement as Exhibit A. The plan of June 18, 2020 modifies slightly the location and orientation of the 4 first-come, first-served shared parking spaces which are located on the property of 797 Main Street along the common boundary line of 797 Main Street and 781 Main Street. Whereas the recorded plan shows those parking spaces to be on a diagonal with respect to the common boundary line, the plan of June 18, 2020 changes the location and orientation of the spaces so that they are perpendicular to the common boundary line. 815 Main Street LLC does not object to this change in the plan, although at the appropriate time, the recorded agreement will have to be amended to attach a new plan which reflects the change in location and orientation of these 4 spaces. Also shown on both the recorded plan and on the plan of June 18, 2020, to the southeast of the property at 797 Main Street is a designated reference marked in orange to 9 parking spaces available to 797 Main Street. These parking spaces are located on the property owned by 815 Main Street LLC, and I believe the board is aware that these 9 spaces are available on a first-come, first-served basis to customers only of 797 Main Street. 815 Main Street LLC does not object to the special permit application currently before the board, but for purposes of clarity and consistency between the reciprocal agreement and any special permit decision, I would suggest that the decision could contain the following language. The total of 4 plus 9, which is 13 parking spaces, which are shown on the approved plan as available to 797 Main, are shared spaces which are subject to the terms and conditions of a reciprocal easement agreement shown at Barnstable Land Court Registry District as document number 1383970. Thank you for your consideration and attention and thoughtful consideration on this matter. Enclosed information, very truly yours, Edward W. Kirk. I know that we have had questions over meeting time in general regarding the parking spaces location and also possible issues with Cycle Ave and also possible issues with a court decision that affected an easement on an abutting property.
Speaking of that, Bob, is there a correspondence from town council?
Well, we were going to have town council review. Let me just find my other page. So what has been suggested at this point is where the board is concerned that the applicant does not have a legal right to occupy required parking spaces. We should request that the applicant provide a legal opinion from its own counsel as to the parking easement's compliance with the land court document and that such land court document be submitted along with the opinion. The board should also request that such opinion address the question of whether parking can be an exclusive use of the separate Cycle Ave parcel. At that time, town council's office could review and then give us an opinion on the plan. So at this point, because the engineering department is requesting a continuance because they would like to review the information, and town council is suggesting that we make this request regarding the applicant having counsel to get all this information together and submit to us, I would request that we continue the hearing tonight. I did look at the agenda schedule that we have scheduled so far, and next available date is August 20th.
All right. Are there any other questions from the board at this time?
None here.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Scott.
Mr. Chuba, good evening. Thank you for that information that I had requested. I appreciate that. It's very helpful for me. Did you submit the information to the engineering department, sir?
Yes, I did. And
When?
when I did submit, I have a transmittal letter that dated June 19th to Ms. Stockman, and I believe somebody dropped off the plans either that day or the day after. I also have an email sent to Ashley either on the 19th or the 20th. So today I just sent an email to Ashley and said, "Do you have anything from the engineering department? I haven't received anything." She said, "Let me reach out to Scott and double check." And I'm not sure what happened. My belief, this is leading me to believe that the information were never forwarded to the engineering department. I mean, we submitted the information at least 3 weeks before. And again, this is our second year going back and forth with this board and asking about the same information. So I'm not sure what to tell you. We did submit the information about at least 3 weeks ago, and I don't know what happened.
No, Noreen, traditionally, whose responsibility is it to submit those to engineering? Is it?
Yeah, so usually the applicant does submit directly. Periodically we do receive material which we forward on to engineering. It's possible that there was a delay. We also have had vacations and change in staff, and it may just have been that this was not something that they had an opportunity to get to, and now that we were checking with them, they hadn't finished their review.
All right. Mr. Chairman, if it wasn't for the legal opinion that we were waiting for, I would be inclined to push past that item, because giving the applicant the benefit of the doubt and the staff. But given what Mr. Dugan has presented and needing a legal opinion on the parking, I think that he's correct, and I concur with that. I just want to make sure that the applicant wasn't at fault for not turning that in time and having to wait for an opinion.
I think the
Thank you,
other,
Scott.
separate piece to this is sort of the ongoing dilemma about exactly how many spaces are essentially guaranteed to 797 Main. It appears that the first 4 spaces are not exclusive use to 797 Main, even though they're on 797's property. It's a first come, first served basis. I think the 9 spaces to the back that are on Cycle were expected to be exclusive for 797 Main, but now it appears that those are also first come, first served. So we still have some outstanding questions about exactly how many spaces, parking spaces, are exclusive to 797 Main. And then the next piece to that is we don't know what the hours of the future restaurant will be. And so you don't have a way to know certainly whether those spaces will be open or if the hours overlap with the bank, there may not be the parking available that they're showing. So I think that may be something that you'll either need to know what the hours of operation are with the restaurant and the bank so that you'll know with some certainty what spaces you'll have available, or you'll have to have a future restaurant come back, because if they decide that they want to do, say, a breakfast, lunch, dinner, and you're expecting them to have available parking because you're only assuming that they're going to do a lunch dinner, you may have a circumstance where there's not the parking available that you need.
I guess in essence, my question, because I was included in this at the beginning of this last application. In the minutes, Noreen, has all of this been identified already for the applicant to come forward with that information? Is it in the minutes that we've asked for this?
So this, I think the general parking issue has sort of been in play for a period of time. And I think obviously for Mr. Chuba, he does not know what restaurant's going to go in there. They're providing for a restaurant use. But so where you're planning ahead, you can't necessarily be sure what hours of operation someone would choose or not, unless, you know, they're looking to pre-limit those. But I think it still is typically helpful to know what the hours, for example, of the bank are and the hours that those spaces are typically used, so that you really have a clear picture of exactly what spaces are available at what times.
So that would be the applicant's responsibility to come up with that information. Is that correct?
Yes.
He would have to work that out with his abutters and come back with a definitive answer to those specific questions.
Yeah, I mean, very typically in shared parking situations, you have, you know, a pool of available spaces. You know, that's typically a fairly definitive number. And then you would look at the businesses that will share that parking. You look at how many employees they've got. You look at their hours of operation. And you can basically prepare a chart that shows, you know, here's the hours of one business, here's the hours of another business. You know, we know that there's essentially a third party in this agreement with the business on the other side of 797 Main, not 815, but the other way toward the Dogs and Hogs, who will also be sharing potentially those first 4 spaces. So I think that lot needs to be included in the hours and the parking demand, et cetera, so that you can truly evaluate that there is enough parking for what you're proposing.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Scott,
Thank you, Noreen.
just also in that response. So I have made the formal request at multiple meetings of the businesses that would be using all those parking spaces. There are actually 3 adjacent businesses. There's a bank, a restaurant, and a tackle shop. So along with this business, there will be 4 businesses sharing all those parking spaces. I have requested hours of all the businesses. I have also requested any leases or information on leases regarding the bank, because the town planner had mentioned on a prior application on this site that the bank had leases that actually leased the parking spaces. I also had asked the question that came back with town council again, because the area in back with the 13 parking spaces are, that is a separate parcel of land with no structure. Because it is no structure, there is no accessory use. And we haven't been given anything that shows that that parcel can actually be used as a paid parking lot or a shared parking lot, because there are no permits that show that that's what its allowed usage is. So we have asked for the available information. I do have here in the file that Mr. Chuba did send all that information over on June 19th. So he did send the information for the engineering department. I don't know if the holidays or anything affected them either with the, 4th of July holiday or anything else, but I know that the engineering on this parcel seemed to get very complicated because of the easement agreement and the adjacent properties that were involved. We have asked since last year for verification regarding the land court decision that's actually listed in the easement agreement. We have never been supplied with the land court decision. We have never been supplied with anything showing there's a permit for parking. We have never been supplied showing when the change of that Cycle Lab changed to a parking lot versus just an access way. I know that Mr. Chuba does not have control over that because it is an adjacent party, but the owner of this parcel is now in agreement with that other parcel for an easement agreement. So I would think that they would at least work together to get us the information. The one thing that I think got a little more complicated for me tonight is that I did not realize that those parking spaces were for customers only, because now I don't know where employees would park. If this is going to have a business, you're going to need employee parking. And according to the easement agreement that has been recorded, according to Mr. Kirk, only customers are able to use those spaces. So that's why we need the information. And I know it's been tough for Mr. Chuba and he's become back and forth since last year, but all of this information has been requested multiple times. It has never been supplied. I don't know why it hasn't been supplied. We have never even been given a copy of the court case decision that this easement agreement relied upon. We don't even know if that court case decision could affect if you could even have parking on that parcel. So although I'm happy that the engineering came in, the plan that's been recorded with that easement agreement is the only thing right now that we can look at. If they propose anything different than that plan that's at the registry, we can't do anything with it. We can ask for changes, but unless they record that plan with modifications, we can't give a decision on the plan that we assume will eventually be modified on an easement agreement between two different parties. So I would hope that by next meeting, and unfortunately, August 20th is our first available date, that is plenty of time to get all that information in that we have requested over time. If we do not get that information at the next meeting and we don't have that to rely on, I would make a motion to close the hearing and make a decision on what we have. So at this point, I would like to put in the formal request as suggested by town council that the applicant provide a legal opinion from its own counsel as to the parking easement's compliance with the land court document, that such land court document then be submitted along with that legal opinion. I would also request that such opinion address the question of whether parking can be exclusive use of the separate Cycle Ave parcel. I would also like to request, does the owner of the Cycle Ave parcel have a permit to use that as a parking lot? It is not currently being designated by the assessor's department as a parking lot. And also, if they didn't get permission to use that as a parking lot, I do not see how we can consider any of that for parking. I would also, again, ask that they show us all the hours of the adjacent businesses that are all sharing this parking, which includes the Hogs and Dogs restaurant, the Eastman's Tackle Shop, and the bank building. If any of those businesses have specific leases that verify specific parking spaces, then I would like to know what spaces those are leased for, so we know if there's any specific spaces that can't be adjusted over time. And even though Mr. Kirk said he wouldn't mind looking at modifications, we need to know if this board is looking at a plan that isn't the plan recorded at the registry. Can we make a decision based on that plan that hasn't been recorded? With all that said, I would make a motion also to continue this application to the next possible date, which is August 20th.
Before I second
second it.
it, may I ask Mr. Chuba one more question before we vote on that?
Yes,
Go ahead, Scott.
Mr. Chuba, do you understand that we're looking for specific information to be able to
yes, No, I understand, Mr. Zelensky, I understand completely. We've been back and forth with this. We put this to bed last meeting when Attorney Kirk appeared in front of this board. This is about parking. It's not about parking. The parking is the site plan review and it's on the planning board. The planning board did approve the town council looked at the agreement between the two parties, and the planning board did approve the site plan. The planning board did approve a special permit on this site plan. We made it clear that this application is not about parking. We're in redevelopment, business redevelopment district. You can relax on the parking. The parking is not really an issue here. We did have another, and again, Mr. Dugan, if you remember, we didn't want to get into this at all. We have enough parking on our property. And I have demonstrated that to you that I
The
can
problem,
generate a plan. But
the issue that happened, Mr. Chuba, is that you recorded an easement agreement
I
prior
understand.
to any
I
approval.
understand. I
So
understand. But
we can't base it on that. And
I
as a
understand, Mr.
correction,
Dugan. I would love you to deny this application because that application was the approved, the recorded plan is based on a decision that is not valid. You're telling me this site plan is not valid. I can't execute the site plan.
I'm telling you that town council has looked at the information we've asked for, and town council has told us they have not reviewed this. They did not review the information from the
I
planning
have-
board. So I can only go by what town council's telling us. And when I said to town council, you reviewed this, their answer has been, we absolutely have not reviewed this.
How would the
And-
planning board approve this with the parking if they not satisfied that we comply with the parking requirements?
Mr.
The planning board didn't question or ask for any of the information that we have asked for. And I know that Mr. Kirk at a previous application said it shouldn't be a parking issue, but I've also checked with town council just to make sure that we weren't getting into the weeds in an area that we shouldn't be looking at. And town council has said that when we do these applications, we have to look at the whole site.
It's fine, Mr. Dugan. I think at this time, I respect you can put this on the 20th and I have to talk to my client and most likely either we have hard time getting the information from Mr. Jamal. We have enough. I mean, I hope he's on, and if he's on, you should put him on. If he's on, Mr. Jamal is on. Last meeting, he was on. He disappeared. You need to put him on, and we've been frustrated with this project.
Mr. Chuba, it's not our responsibility to litigate this for you.
No, I understand. I understand.
Requesting a list of information that allows us to make a
Right, but
decision on this.
either you make
And
a
I'm trying
decision.
to help you
I understand.
to that point, but you refuse
No.
the fact that there's a list of things, a specific list of things that we require.
Mr. Zelensky, with all respect, I did provide the number. If you look at the parking data, shared parking means you can count the parking for either party. So if you count those 14 spaces, we exceed the parking requirements. It doesn't matter if the restaurant's open for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They meet the required parking. It's not an issue. It's about, I tell them, yeah, you can say it's open from 6 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. We can give you the business hours. I did give them a table with the breakdown of the business hours of the bank. We did go through this, Mr. Zelensky. I'm not just saying this because this is so frustrating. I mean, this is not, and there's more behind it. And at this time, respectfully, I will tell you, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a counsel. This is way beyond what I can do. All I can do, you can table this or till August 20th. I can relay the information to my client and we can take it from there. I understand what needs to be done. I understand what we're asked for. We did provide, there was an issue whether Cycle Avenue is a private or a public way. It's a private way owned by 815 Falmouth LLC. We have an agreement with 815 LLC that was reviewed by the town planner and the town council. I have emails saying that they reviewed it, they approved it. This is the plan that was approved. That was the plan that was recorded. I cannot change that plan, but I cannot either execute that plan, which is good for me and for my client because we can go back and maybe revoke that plan, and then we can go back to our original plan that doesn't want to use Cycle Avenue, which we can completely comply with the parking. And I have demonstrated that to you, if you remember, back in that we can comply with the parking without using Cycle Avenue. But again, I understand. I understand your
Mr.
position.
Mr. Chuba, if you do have emails from town council saying that they've reviewed this information, if you could please also forward that us so we have in the file, because we're getting a different answer. So if you have those emails, just send them over and I can include them in
No,
this
I
file.
have an email from the town planner. I didn't say that he reviewed it with town council, but I can provide that information to you. Again, but the parking issue, it wasn't at the last meeting, even at the last meeting, I think the only issue that was open was the engineering. You didn't feel comfortable to vote because and I explained that the engineering comments were technical comments, had nothing to do with your decision. But again, I understand. I'm not too far from this business. I do chair the zoning board of appeal in my own town, and I understand the process. I understand how it works. So I did provide the information that you needed 3 weeks ago, and I was hoping that we can put this to bed tonight. Again, if the parking is an issue, we have to somehow either or have to talk to my client, and maybe we need to I'm not sure at that time whether we would be submitting anything. I think it would be just, I mean, we submitted all the information that we can, and if
I know that on the previous permit, you did a new plan that wouldn't need, like you said, the use of Cycle Avenue. I think the issue we got into is then Mr. Kirk came and said, we have a recorded easement agreement and we're not going to allow that other plan. So
right.
we're caught between a rock and a hard place here at this point. So
I have a recorded plan that is not recognized by your board or by anyone. So how good is it? Really, I mean, I think this is way beyond what I can answer tonight, honestly. So I mean, the issue is not the parking and providing the number of parking on the number of hours. Those are not the issue here. I think the issue is more than that, probably. And I'm not a legal, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a counsel, so I can't answer those questions. I did do it to the best of my ability, to the best of the information, available information that I can get, and this is all public information. The Cycle Avenue is a private property owned by an entity. It's not a public street. I believe they have the right to exercise the parking agreement with the neighbor, and we did that according to the planning board, who really pushed us to work with our neighbors, and we did all that. We did it the way we were told, and we played it by the book for 2 years, and this is where we are. So I don't know what to tell you, but I wish that the zoning board and the planning board got together at the early stages where we could identify the issues and move from there, because we spent another year with the planning board before we appeared to your board. And I'm not saying this is your fault. It's not the planning board fault, and certainly it's not our fault. So I understand. I really appreciate if you can put what you're asking me in the language that I can, there's a lot of notes tonight taken. I don't think I grasped everything, or I took notes of everything you asked for, but maybe Noreen can shoot me an email in the next couple of days and I can talk to my client and see where we go from.
Thank you. If you could do that, Mr. Schubert, we'd appreciate it. And I'm sure the office will relay the notes and what the board has requested tonight.
Okay, thank you.
We do need to make that motion, though, to continue. Bob, would you like to?
So
make
get a motion to continue this hearing until next available date, which is August 20th.
I'll second.
Second it.
All right, motion to continue the hearing to August 20th. The motion was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So that hearing is continued to August 20th. Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Shuba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and up next, before we take up the next hearing, which is 5-20 Noonan, 183 Surf Drive in Falmouth, I seem to be having some sort of power issue, some battery issue with my laptop. So before we take up the next hearing, I am going to put myself on mute and take down my video and just try to figure out maybe there's a loose connection. So if everyone could please.
Do you
hang
want
on
to-
a second,
Do you
I'd
want to do a,
appreciate it.
do you want to do a 5-minute break so you can see what your situation is?
I think I can figure it out. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. It was a loose cord. All right, so up next, we do have application 5-20 Noonan, 183 Surf Drive. And the applicant is being represented by Attorney Clower. So if we could elevate him, please. Attorney Clower.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. If I could ask that a few people be elevated, I believe Attorney Ed Kirk will need to be elevated. Greg Sarunian. Seeing who else is here in the meeting. Believe that is it for the time being. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ahmed Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicants, Joseph and Mary Noonan, the owners of 183 Surf Drive. I'm joined tonight by Greg Sarunian, who is the architect on this plan, the applicant, Joe Noonan, and I believe Mike McGrath is with them as well. I'd like to offer a brief recap as to some of the material in the previous meetings and what has occurred since we last met. The applicants are seeking permission to raise and rebuild the existing single-family dwelling at 183 Surf Drive. It is located in the residential C zoning district, and it's a VE15 flood zone. Given that location in the flood zone, the applicants really have no choice but to raise and rebuild the existing structure to comply with the flood zone standards, which requires an elevation 2 feet above the flood zone elevation. So they're required to come to elevation 17, which is approximately 12 feet above grade. This proposal does require a special permit under both 243C and 24069E. As we've discussed, the proposed dwelling eliminates the existing non-conforming front yard of 21 feet. The existing 9-foot setback to the 3-foot contour remains unchanged. In addition, the proposal will result in 1,500 square feet of mitigation planting, which will both beautify the area and also serve to protect the resource area. This has already been approved by the Conservation Commission. This project is not substantially more detrimental than what presently exists. And in fact, due to the flood compliance with the flood zone standards, the plantings and the elimination of the non-conforming setbacks, it constitutes a significant improvement. Since our last meeting, the applicant has taken the time to speak with a number of the neighbors. And also, at the suggestion of Ms. Stockman, he reached out to Ms. Arquise directly, the opposed abutter, in hopes of finding common ground towards a resolution. Unfortunately, that conversation was not fruitful. The stated concerns by her were relative to her views and the value they provide, which we can't help. Attorney Kirk submitted correspondence this afternoon implying that this meeting by my client was somehow objectionable or improper, which is simply not true. There's no prohibition on represented person's meeting, it would be improper if I reached out to Ms. Sarkees or if Mr. Kirk reached out to my client, but there's no issue at all with them speaking directly. And in fact, I think it should be encouraged because we want resolution of these issues. As a result of these meetings, though, with a number of the other abutters, there have been 5 additional letters of support submitted, including 2 of the direct abutters on Surf Drive and 3 properties that are located on Seagull Lane. I have prepared just a simple mock-up plan that actually shows the letters of support that have been received. The house that you're seeing in front of you in green is the locus. That's 183 Surf Drive. The houses shaded in blue are the letters that have some of the houses, not all, but some of the houses that have submitted letters of support. And you'll notice that the one house to the north is outlined in pink. That is the home of Ms. Sarkees. And then there's been simply no correspondence from the other owner at 386 Surf Drive. Previous to this meeting, the applicant has submitted a substantial amount of information, including renderings that depict the proposed structure in the context of the surrounding properties, solar studies showing the impact of shadow as a result of the proposed dwelling. We're showing ridge height comparisons and provided photographs of other nearby dwellings with their calculated ridge heights. We have shown in a variety of ways that the structure is in line with the neighborhood, and this is evidenced by that information, by the renderings of the structure in context, which show it very much in line, by the photographs of the other properties that show that this is in line with those other houses, by the ridge height comparisons. One thing that Mr. McGrath had prepared previously, and I'll share my screen again, was actually a Google Earth image, which with an overlay of all of the ridge heights. And the applicant has proposed a ridge height at just over 39 feet, which is in line with 15 Seagull Lane. It is just slightly larger than 11 Seagull Lane. It is in line with 181 Surf Drive. It is in line with 189 Surf Drive. It is in line with 199 Surf Drive. It is very much in character with the surrounding properties. We've also submitted a lot comparison worksheet, which we've talked about at length, showing 26 properties in the neighborhood. Of those properties, 8 have higher gross building areas. 7 have larger footprints. This is not by no means an outlier in the neighborhood. Of the 10 nearest properties, 8 have stated their full support of the project. The neighborhood thinks that this fits in the neighborhood. The client stated it succinctly. If the board feels that the project isn't right for the neighborhood, why are the neighbors all in support? If the neighbors are saying, yes, this is the character of our neighborhood, this is what our neighborhood looks like. Designs like this are what are required of owners in a flood zone. I also pulled up the GIS flood map. And it's instructive because you'll see that this area is completely inundated with velocity zone and an AE12 flood zone. This is something we're going to see over and over because these houses are required to come into compliance. And you have these older structures that don't have much value in the structure itself. And if you spend more than 50% of that assessed value of the structure, you're required to bring it into compliance. So applicants have no choice but to elevate. Even if this applicant took the exact same footprint and went up to 12 feet that's required, even if they were only 1 story, it would result in a significant impact to the abutter to the rear. And what they've done is they've actually twisted the house to minimize that impact. They've spun it so that impact is as little as can be. But if they were to use the existing footprint, it would have a much worse impact on Ms. Sarkees. This is these heights are required. And realistically, no one is going to be able to tear down an existing house and rebuild it and build a 900 square foot house. The cost analysis just simply does not work. This is the character of the neighborhood. This board just recently approved 335 Surf Drive, where none of the nearby butters were elevated on stilts, much like this would be. It had the exact same proposed height. This is in line with all of the surrounding properties. It is in line with the neighborhood, and it is what the character of the neighborhood is. I think we have to look at the totality here. We have a significant improvement to the property. We have elimination of a non-conforming setback. We have compliance with the FEMA guidelines and building code regarding the flood zone construction. We have improved vegetation and resource areas. We have a project that is in line with the neighborhood and supported by all of the neighbors except for one, who's only opposed for the wrong reasons. This proposal is not substantially more detrimental than what exists. My hope rather is that this board finds this information, and more importantly, the support compelling and of significant note. The neighborhood believes that this is in the character with their neighborhood. That means something, that's relevant. I think that the board can and should grant the special permit, and I'd welcome the opportunity for further discussion and any questions.
Kevin, just one quick question for you. Can you explain how the ridge height will be 39.1 feet and how that complies with the 35-foot height maximum?
So
It's-
I can speak to that. I'm Greg Cerunian. You can hear me, right?
Go right ahead.
Again, for the record, Greg Cerunian, Rescom Architectural. Those are the actual elevations that are shot. It's relevant to the grade elevation. So that doesn't represent the height. The height of the building is 35 feet from the average grade. Those just represent what the actual ridge height elevation is based upon the mean grade. So you're not, you know, the grade isn't at 0. The grade, it would be, you know, you would subtract 35 feet from the 3911. That would give you, so we're roughly around 4 feet 11 inches on the grade. If you understand what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Cerunian.
So
Just
again,
should mention,
we're at 35 feet, which is the zoning code height.
thank you. I should mention if anyone out there has public comment, go ahead and use the webinar chat on Zoom. We just ask that you please use your full name and address for the record, and we will get to it when the time comes. Also, the voting members on this are myself, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, Mary Berry, and James Morse. So we can turn it over to board questions. Bob, do you have any questions?
So I just have one question. Since last hearing, have they looked at reducing this structure at all or making any revisions?
No, we have not.
That's all I have.
Anything else, Bob?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Ed, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions now.
Mary, anything?
No questions.
James?
I don't have any questions. I don't know if you want to let Mr. Kirk speak if he's here to this, just out of fairness, the other side.
Thank you, James. Mr. Attorney Kirk, you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay. I do not have much to add. There's been a few hearings, a lot of material submitted. Based on what I've heard of and seen of the board's discussion, you've been, I think, focusing on the right issues with respect to locating what is the neighborhood, the Seagull Lane, what the impact is going to be of this proposed structure on Seagull Lane, as opposed to perhaps across the river or elsewhere on Surf Drive. I'd also just make a note, I don't think that this is a popularity contest, and it should be based on the criteria of whether the proposed addition, the raise and renovation is is not substantially more detrimental. And it's been our view that this would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. We've never made any secret about the fact that, of course, it would have a significant impact on my client's view, but there's been a lot more discussion about other issues as well, particularly the impact on the neighborhood. I'm not against neighbors talking to neighbors about trying to work together, but usually that kind of contact comes at the beginning of a process. Someone will bring the plans over and sit down and discuss and see, well, what can we do? This particular contact that Kevin's client made to my client was, I think, last weekend after the prior hearing, where at least in a discussion about which way the vote might be going, the vote didn't look too good. So, if I had been contacted, I would have appreciated being contacted that my client was going to be contacted, that they were going to have Mr. Noonan was going to engage my client in a substantive discussion. So when I got the word today that had happened, I just wanted to put my thoughts on the record about that. So I don't want it to be, I don't want it to leave it that I'm against neighbors working out their issues. And that's, we're asking that the board deny this application. Apparently they're not willing to make any kind of modification or adjustment in the size or the height. And as it stands, we think it's objectionable and it's detrimental. And thank you very much for your attention to all this material and my comments.
Thank you, Attorney Kirk. Any questions for Attorney Kirk from the board?
I would like to just address the issue about the Noonans being in touch with Ms. Arces. And I did speak with Mr. Noonan. I did recommend to him, based on my many years of experience, that it is helpful for neighbors to reach out to other neighbors, in that there are sometimes issues that can be worked out or an agreement can be come to in some way to help move a project forward. So where Mr. Noonan was in touch with Ms. Arces, it was at not my request, but probably my suggestion that they might be able to come to terms. Apparently that was not the case, and I do apologize if it created hard feelings with attorneys or anyone else, but I do find, like I said, with experience, that it's typically helpful if neighbors can talk to neighbors to potentially come to some agreement.
Thank you, Noreen. Mike McGrath from the applicant's team wants to say a word.
Good evening. My name is Mike McGrath. I'm a registered professional engineer and a registered professional land surveyor. I worked on this project. One of the things that strikes me is that I've been in this town a long time. And in 1991, during Hurricane Bob, I was on civil defense. We don't have civil defense anymore. But at that time, the civil defense volunteers helped the town during emergencies. And I had a Suburban four-wheel drive, and I drove all around the coast, basically evacuating people. And I have to tell you that Surf Drive was very severely damaged by Hurricane Bob. And for instance, you couldn't even drive down Surf Drive because there were two places where it was completely breached. And so one of the things I want to make sure you understand is that it is entirely in the public interest that we elevate these structures. I live in West Falmouth. I drive by a historic area in West Falmouth. In the last 5 or 6 years, mean high water has climbed. And so now that historic pier that used to be above mean high water is now awash at high tides and underwater at at spring times. So the ocean is coming up and we need people to elevate these structures. It's absolutely in the public interest they do that. And in fact, we ought to consider changing the bylaws that they don't need a special permit to alter pre-existing non-conforming structure if we just elevate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. And I might have been young when Hurricane Bob hit, but I do remember it quite vividly and how hard it affected the immediate area that's in question.
I'd like to, I could add something to what Mike just said.
Go right ahead.
Greg Cernian. So I had done some research after the last hearing to start looking at maybe what some of the other communities are doing with regards to this. And interesting, what I found in some cities in Connecticut and New York, as Mike had indicated, they've actually started to rewrite the zoning bylaws to take all this into account. And in some cases, what I saw is they actually took the relief needed for the raising and added that to the building height in those zones, which I thought was very interesting. I've seen it in my own town in Bourne. They've done some different bylaws to deal with small lots and height. So, I do think this is a bigger issue that probably needs to be looked at, but I think, what is being proposed here, as everyone has stated and all the work demonstrates, is no different than what has already been done. And that is really becoming what the landscape is. I think, those diagrams that Mike's office prepared with the flood zone information, even the A zones, that height is no different. It's just a different way you have to construct the foundation. So, we're going to be shaping these towns and communities are going to be shaped by the floodplain laws. And, when we started working on this project, we did take into consideration the views of the neighbors, and that's why we shifted the house as we did. There was thought behind that. It wasn't just, it wasn't to improve his view. If anything, it puts him more behind the house in front of him. So, we felt that design took in consideration others as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may,
Any
Mr.
follow-up?
Just a quick
Go ahead,
comment, Mr. Hart. I just want to point out, I don't think that these matters, to echo what Mr. Kirk said, should be popularity contests. But I think that when we talk about neighborhood character, I think it's important to look at what the neighborhood thinks their character is. And whether we want it to or not, the nature of some of these neighborhoods is changing. They have to change. They're required to change. And I think that when the neighbors are looking at plans and saying, yes, this is what belongs in our neighborhood, I think that's important. I can see in the chat that the applicant, Mr. Noonan, would like to speak very quickly if we may.
Sure. I'm not sure who is he currently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Joseph Noonan. Along with my wife, Mary, we've been residents of Falmouth since about 1963. And longtime residents, and we've watched Falmouth obviously grow and change over those years. We were there during Hurricane Bob, and we did see the devastation associated with Hurricane Bob along Surf Drive. I'd like to make a couple of points, if I may. First of all, thank you to the board for allowing me to speak, and thank you for your time. Couple of issues of correction I'd like to make. First of all, our house on that 183 Surf Drive has always been part of a 4-house parcel on Surf Drive. Our house is set back from Surf Drive, not directly on Surf Drive, but we have never, ever been part of Seagull Lane or the Seagull Lane cottages that at one time Ms. Arquise has owned and has since sold off during the 70s and 80s and early 90s to individual buyers. So we've never been a part of Seagull Lane or a part of the Seagull Lane neighborhood. So we have always planned, both my wife and I are in our early 60s. We have always planned on retiring in Falmouth and building a house that we could share with our family during holidays and live comfortably. And clearly the house that we are in, which is a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot house, is not possible to live and retire. It doesn't have a foundation. It has a crawl cellar. It's cold in the winter. And we're trying to build something that obviously conforms to the floodplain regulations and obviously conforms to the neighborhood. I think that we have basically, the neighbors have spoken as to whether what we've designed and proposed fits into the neighborhood. And shouldn't the neighbors be the one that determines whether this fits the neighborhood or not? I find it hard to believe that somebody who doesn't live in the neighborhood is making a statement that this does not conform to the neighborhood or the neighborhood's personality. So certainly I've polled the neighbors, and as Kevin has basically told the board, that all of the abutters, and we actually have 2 more abutters that would also write letters of support. We now have 10 abutters that have written letters of support, that have viewed the project, viewed the plans, viewed the renderings, and basically are in support of this project in our neighborhood, which is Surf Drive. And I think that the neighbors have spoken. We have one abutter represented by Attorney Kirk, who is 100% protecting of her views in vista. She has enjoyed a 360-degree panoramic view for well over 50 years, and she believes she's entitled to it. And I asked the board, who has already approved 3 houses that sit in front of ours, that did anybody take into consideration our personal view or our vista when these 3 houses were built in front of ours? And you know, it's something that you've seen the pictures, you've seen the impact of those pictures, and I would really like to, you know, have this board look at the evidence, look at and talk to the neighbors, you know, get out and talk to the abutters and see what they feel about whether this project fits or not, before a decision is kind of rendered one way or another. So is there any questions from the board to me or to my wife that I certainly would be welcome to answer?
Sure. And thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Noonan, and thank you for your comments. I just want to pick out a comment that you said about us going out to the neighborhood and talking to the neighbors. We can't do that as board members. So, I mean, we can go visit the property. You can take a look around, which I think all of us have. I know I've been out there a couple of times, but we're not allowed to interact with either yourself on site or anyone else. So the people that you did get to write letters of support and come in, that's what we're allowed to see, and that's what we're allowed to evaluate. Any follow-up questions from the board?
None.
No questions.
All right, not seeing any. All right. And as far as any public comment tonight goes on the webinar chat, I'm not seeing any.
Mr. Hurry, if I may, I know at the last hearing, yeah, the voting members kind of made their positions clear at that time. What I'd really be curious is if there's been any change in position by any of the members, because if not, you know, I think that there's steps that we'll need to take.
All right, thank you, Attorney Clower. So I guess we can keep the hearing open, but we can have a discussion about the project again if everything we've heard tonight, if that has swayed anyone's opinion in any way.
Not mine.
Sorry, I'm having little glitches here. James, how do you feel?
I indicated the last hearing I was in favor of approval. We've talked about coastal resiliency a couple times. I believe it's a compelling reason. We talked about Hurricane Bob. That put 5 feet of water through my house in Magansett back in 1991. I think that this project is less detrimental for that simple reason. The neighborhood, in my feeling, it tipped. What's proposed is in keeping with the neighborhood. I think that the additional letters that have been sent in indicate that the neighbors believe that the character is tipped. My mind hasn't been changed. I'm still in favor of approval of the project.
Thank you, James. And Ed, my apologies. It was a little glitchy there. What was your position? Being in favor of the project?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. And I think it's, as Jim just said, it's inevitable. It's got to be done.
Thank you, Ed. And I think I said at the last hearing, I would have liked to seen if they took any sort of consideration into scaling down the project just by a little bit. I'm not saying just reduce it to 1 floor or anything like that, but just some reduction in size, in mass, and in the height. Bob, how do you feel?
So my position also has not changed. I was hoping again they would reduce the height or the mass. I have no issue with them raising the height to meet flood guidelines. My issue has always been the increased size of the house above the elevation. I am still under the impression that it does not fit the character of the neighborhood in 240-216. The only access to this property is not on Surf Drive. They actually have to drive through the Seagull Lane neighborhood just to get to the property. So I understand it may have been at one time a part of a parcel that was on Surf Drive, but once that access changed, their neighborhood actually changed. In fact, the engineering department even commented that when they redo this house, they need to change the address because they are not a Surf Drive address. So I was disappointed they didn't do any kind of revisions to revise it all to try to change the scaling of the home. But as that such, I'm still against the project.
All right. And Mary, how do you feel?
I'm pretty much unchanged from the last hearing.
All right. And you were in Bob's camp when it came to that, if I recall correctly? Okay.
Okay, well, that is fairly clear. I think that the applicant needs to, we've discussed changes in the past with him, and this is the design that they felt was necessary for their family. That said, I think there's really no alternative but for us to take some time to go back and look at changes. Understanding that this board's time is valuable and understanding that the meetings do get a bit clogged at times, I think that it would be in our best interest to withdraw without prejudice if we can, and then have a chance to look at some changes to the plans, at which point we would come back to the board.
Okay. Does anyone want to make that motion?
So I'll make a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw without prejudice.
I'll second.
All right, so motion to allow the applicant to withdraw without prejudice was made by Bob and seconded by James. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
James?
James Morse, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the application is withdrawn without prejudice. Attorney Clower, thank you to you and your team for tonight.
Thank you all for your time on this to this point, and we look forward to coming back soon.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we had tabled 94 Nantucket Ave to the end of the continuation so that I would make a motion to now go back to application 9619 March 94 Nantucket Ave.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
James?
James Morse, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. And we have Greg Sarunian with us.
It's Michael McGrath.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McGrath.
The bottom line is that an agent of my client is supposed to be here, but I can't get a hold of her. So I think it's best that we withdraw or ask the board to allow us to withdraw without prejudice. The issue is they're proposing to do some work, and the board asked for more evidence about the cost of construction. So since the person that is supposed to be presenting it is not here, and I don't think she submitted anything, I think it's best that we withdraw without prejudice. So I asked the board to do that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Does anyone want to make a motion to that effect?
So I'll make a motion to allow application 9619 March, 94 Nantucket Ave to withdraw without prejudice.
I'll second.
Second it.
All right, so a motion to withdraw without prejudice was made by Bob, and I'll give the second to James. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry I.
James?
James Morse, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye.
Thank you
So
very much.
thank you, Mr. McGrath. So that application is withdrawn without prejudice. That does it for our continuations, and we have our public hearings.
So, Mr. Chairman, could I request just a brief recess before we start the public hearings?
That's a fantastic idea. I was just about to suggest that myself. All right, the board
Suggest the way.
the board will take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So we are back from our break. We are taking up our new hearings. And up first, we have application 34-20, Fiend, 94 Little Island Road in West Falmouth.
And Mr. Chairman, Tom Bunker would be here for the applicant.
Sure. If he could be elevated, please, if he's in the attendees list.
Okay, thank you. For the record, here is,
Mr. Bunker,
okay,
we just need to read everything in.
yes, do that, sorry. Jump the
Thank you,
gun.
no worries, thank you.
All right, so application number 34-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Aaron Paul Fine of West Falmouth, Mass. is applying to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3 of the Code of Falmouth to construct a first-floor bathroom addition, outside stairs and dormers to the existing detached garage on subject property known as 94 Little Island Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For referrals from engineering, 1, this application was reviewed for impacts of public rights of way and public utilities. Although the plan indicates it is a private way, Little Island Road is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes with the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. 2, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. 3, the project does not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. 4, a dry well for the garage roof is shown on the plans. And 5, we defer to the Conservation Commission for erosion and sediment controls. From the Water Department, plan shows a room that appears to meet the Board of Health's definition of a bedroom. Plan also shows the addition of a toilet on the first floor. It is unclear how water is getting to the garage structure or if the structure is being used for occupancy. If it is occupied, it requires a dedicated water service, and an application will need to be filed at 416 Gifford Street. Planning, no comment. Fire Department, no comment. From Health, Scott McGann, it says no effect on the septic system. The multi-purpose room already exists. And just a question to the administrator. I don't see anything here from Concom. I know that engineering mentioned Concom. Did they have any comments?
I don't believe we have feedback from them.
And then also from BSS Design, regarding the question raised in the referral from the Falmouth DPW Water Division, the site plan by BSS Design has been revised to more clearly show the proposed water service and septic pipe to and from the garage. The water service is shown tapped into the existing water main, which runs through the site between the house and the garage, which will require a separate water meter in the garage. An optional connection is to install a water connection between the house and the garage, and all water usage will be metered through the house account. As now noted on the plan, the upper floor is to be used as a general purpose arts and entertainment studio, and the structure is not to be used as a dwelling unit separate from the house. The septic system was recently upgraded to serve both the house and the garage. The house has only 2 bedrooms, and if the room above the garage is considered to be a bedroom, the total bedroom count using the septic system is 3. The upgraded septic system has a 5-bedroom capacity, which is more than required.
Thank you, Bob. And the voting members on this would be the regular voting members, and I'll appoint Mary as a voting member on this. Mr. Bunker.
Okay, this time, thank you. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. We prepared the site plan for this application, and Beatrice Bunker prepared the architectural plans. If I may share the screen, I will show you a few of these things. Yeah, bear with me a moment.
And while you're doing that, Tom, I'll just note it, if anyone has any sort of public comment, just utilize the webinar chat, use your full name and address, type in any question, comment, concern you might have, and we will get to it when the time comes.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
We can see it.
Okay. Just briefly show, here's a picture of the structure in question, the garage with the car in front of it. I'll back up a little bit and show you the locus. We have Little Island Road as it comes in from Nashawina Street and Quaker Road. Little Island Road comes in all the way, and this is the next to the last house. That's this lot right here. Number 94 is the next to the last house on Little Island Road. There's just one more here. The number of houses, it looks like this just got renamed to Gray Court and Studio Way. It used to be named Little Island Road, have Little Island Road numbers, but this house here is the last, and it is a public road up to this point, and from there is conservation land behind it. So this does not have much of a well-defined neighborhood to say. And actually, this house was the original house in this area, and the gate that you see if you went out there, the stone wall and gate, was the gateway to this area as it was being developed before this Gray Court Lane was created. So this is Buzzards Bay up on the top left corner, and West Falmouth Harbor in the bottom left and bottom right corners of this GIS map. I also have, since the last hearing had to do with some flood zones, I'll show you that the existing house is partly within the velocity zone, and then behind that there's AE flood zone in the yellow behind that, and the garage and most of the house is in the flood zone. And this will come up as one of be discussed as one of the reasons why Aaron Fines want this room made a little more functional, so they have a place where they could go to. So they're concerned about the flooding in their house, which is just one story. Here's our plot plan of the property, and with the existing house, number 94, and the garage here. And the only non-conformity of this structure is the height of the roof. And I think the term should be used generally how tall the structure is, or the height. I know I heard the confusion on the last hearing when I talked about the height of structures being 39 feet. But this structure is 23.9 feet, where an accessory structure is limited to 22 feet tall. The elevation of the peak of the roof is 37.3, but that's starting at an elevation off the ground of 13 and change. So the setbacks, the setback from the side lot line is 64 feet. From the street line is 78.7 feet. This actually has two street lines, or two sort of front yards, 159 feet to this other way, which is the end of what's now called the Studio Way in this location, and nearly 20 feet to this property line. So it's well set back from the property lines. And I mentioned the only non-conformity for this one structure is how tall it is. The lot itself has only, as proposed, or existing 3.36% coverage, and the proposed at 3.55% coverage. So that's well under the 20% allowed in this zoning district. What is being proposed, I showed you that one picture of the garage here, and the existing garage is quite plain. On the front there, the two doors, and this door, I think. barn door type of thing. No dormers, no details or anything on the two sides. See, this is quite plain, and in the back there's another garage door. What is being proposed is in the front, at the bottom right on this plan. You can see the two garage doors and a little balcony in the front where there's a barn. The barn door is now, and the dormers and the stairs going up one side, which you can see on the elevation on the bottom left drawing. The stairs go up to the rear. They go up above this little addition, which is a bathroom, and enter the studio area from the back. And of course, on the other elevation, these dormer windows and windows have been added in the garage area itself also. So there's more architectural detail, more architectural interest in this building. Just go back, I didn't show you here. So this is the stairs come up, wrap around the side to the back and to this deck, which is above the addition. The proposed water service, as mentioned, we came in this way. It's tapped because this was the original gatehouse. The original water main actually came in this way, and it still runs in through this way, through this lot. So we show this currently, the water main, the water service being tapped off of this main. That's how it was drawn originally, and we will keep it that way for now, but probably talk with the water department. We would prefer to be running a new service running directly from the house. So it would be, all of this would be on one metered service. And because it's, as this note on the plan says also, this garage is not to be used as a separate dwelling. It's a separate dwelling unit. And if the water came directly from the house and not a separate meter, that would reinforce that idea that it is part of, be considered part of the house, an accessory use of the house and not a separate unit. And this existing house has only 2 bedrooms. It's 1 floor, 2 bedrooms in the flood zone, and they have very few other rooms. I think it's four rooms total, and they just need a little bit more room. They don't even have a dining room. And so this area up here we use for a dining room, for, as I said, art, entertainment, exercise room, things like that. I will see if the architect here has anything to say, if she wants to mention a few things about this before we wrap up.
Sure.
My name is Beatrice Bunker, and I'm the architect representing Mr. and Mrs. Fine. As Tom already explained, the existing structure currently has an unfinished 2-car garage on the first floor with a very generous staircase leading up to a existing unfinished multi-purpose room. In the proposed project, we remove the internal staircase to allow for some additional space on the second floor. And we also add an additional bathroom on the first floor for the use of both the new multipurpose room upstairs or the renovated multipurpose room on the upstairs, as well as for the first floor garage. The second floor will receive the 2 new shed dormers, both on the northeast and southwest side. And the gables will actually remain as is. So there is no additional building height, and the ridge height will exactly stay where it is. The second floor will be finished and serve as a multipurpose room for the applicant who lives all year round in the main house on the property. As Tom mentioned, the main house is very small. It contains a living room, a study, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom. And it has no separate dining facility other than a small eating kitchen. The main function for the second floor will be to play music and create art, and for this occasional entertaining, because the views from the existing barn door are spectacular. And so we want to take advantage of that. There will be no kitchen, only a sink and an under-counter refrigerator with some cabinetry for storage of various needs. We propose to replace both existing garage doors that face the front of the garage, the driveway. The current existing third garage bay was actually used to drive right through the building, and that we will not need anymore, so it will be closed in and it will be partially blocked off anyway due to the bathroom addition. All windows are new. Besides needing the additional finished living space, an important reason for this project was for the applicant is to have provided safe space that meets new codes and is located above the flood elevation. They could move in temporarily in case of a hurricane. The existing one-story house is very close to the water and, as mentioned, partially even in the velocity zone. The main house has been in the family for a long time, and the applicant wants to preserve it as it is and not change the character of the gatehouse. So an addition or creating a second floor on that was not their wish at all, and we therefore propose to do this new room above the garage that, as mentioned, has a wonderful view. We believe that this project will not negatively affect anyone in the neighborhood or create any non-conforming elements that are not already non-conforming. The proposed improvements will benefit the overall appearance of the structure, we believe, because it's, as mentioned before, quite a plain garage volume, but it's quite dominant, and I think the dormers will actually reduce the overall appearance of that roof, massive roof. And as well to provide that extra space in case there is flooding in their main house after a hurricane. If you have any other questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer them.
I could point out a couple other things, just basically some of the criteria you look at in issuing a special permit, and we feel this site is adequate in terms of size, as we're only covering total 3.55% of the lot. So it's certainly adequate in size. Suitability of the site for the proposed use, which is just accessory to the main house. It's a residential area, and we think that this, rather than, as Beatrice said, changing the character of the existing house, this use is good. We're just moving this accessory use into this existing building. There'll be no additional traffic from this change because it's still part of just the one family usage. And as far as adequacy of the method of sewage disposal, it was just upgraded. It's on town water, and all the other utilities are adequate. So we feel that this certainly will have no negative impact on the neighborhood or on traffic or any other negative impacts on anything. So that I will stop the share and we'll take any questions.
Maybe the conservation got approved.
Yes, this was approved by conservation. If you didn't get it sent to you, I can send you that. The approved a couple weeks ago.
All right, thank you. Once again, if anyone out there has any question, comments, concerns, go ahead, use the webinar chat, type in your full name and address, and we will get to it shortly. We'll take board questions right now. Mary, any questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mary. James, anything? Ed? Oh, you're on mute, Ed.
You hear me now?
Yep, go ahead, Ed.
Okay, no, I don't have any questions. It looks pretty straightforward.
Very good. Scott?
I concur with that. It's a nice, clean project. No questions.
Very good. Bob?
Just Tom, is there an order of conditions with conservation, or because we don't have anything of that in the file?
This was, I can, hold on one second. Should have it here. I'm trying to see if it was an RDA, and yeah, we were. If I can share for a second, I will show it to you.
Go right ahead.
There, larger than life. Size of RDA was issued. No, that was for the septic system upgrade. That was the wrong determination.
So maybe you could just forward us anything from conservation, because we just don't have that in the file.
Yes. I'll have to see if it was a notice. I thought it was an RDA. But yeah, we'll certainly forward that to you if we can get it. We'll send that in.
Anything else, Bob?
No, that's it.
All right. The proposed bathroom on the first floor, is that a full bath, half bath? Couldn't quite tell looking at it.
Full or half bath?
It's a full bath. The
Okay.
existing house has just one full bath, so we added a full bath because the garage will also be used as a workshop, so they figured they can get cleaned up right there.
All right. And I think your testimony only already touched on it, but no cooking facilities proposed on the second floor at all, or anywhere in the.
No, we have a sink in the on the counter fridge.
All right. And you'd be fine with a condition stating that?
Correct.
All right. That does it for me. Any other follow-up questions from the board?
No, just a question for Beatrice. I don't know if she knows. Do you know where that quotation's from that's on the portico out front? It's carved into the stone?
What? Say that again, please.
So when you enter the property, they've got a stone wall with a balustrade, and there's a engraved quotation. I was just interested if you had any idea what that was from.
No, I did not see that. No, sorry.
It's interesting. That's okay. Thanks.
I think in the chat it said Wordsworth.
I think we have an answer for you,
Wordsworth?
Bob. From the property owners. Thank you for that. Anything else from the board? All right. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to close.
Second.
Second.
All right. Motion to close the hearing made by Bob and seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Mary?
Aye. Mary Berry.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. How would the board like to proceed?
So motion to approve with conditions.
I'll second Mr. Dugan's motion.
Very good. Bob, you want to start us off with findings?
So applicant is going to be adding a first floor bathroom and an outdoor stairs to access the second floor of the garage. The nonconformity on site is to the garage, which is currently 23.9 feet, where 22 feet is allowed. There will be no change to the main house. There is a septic system that has been upgraded for a 5-bedroom capacity. Currently, the main house is 2 bedrooms, and there will be a multi-purpose room on the second floor of the garage.
Water line, Bob.
Yeah, water line will need to be installed.
Single.
They did go before conservation and will be supplying us with the conservation approval on the RDA. The property will not, the garage will not be used as a separate dwelling unit, will not have cooking facilities. It will have a second floor sink and an under counter fridge. And they'll be adding 2 shed dormers to both sides of the garage, but the height of the structure will not change. Also, the lot coverage is 3.55%, which is well under the 20% allowed.
Keeping it with the neighborhood.
Yeah, for keeping in the neighborhood. The property is also in flood zone, so This will allow a second floor if they ever had a flooding situation in the main house. Meets 240-3 and 240-216. I think that's it.
All right. Conditions?
Per plans. As far as the water line, I know they'll have to work with the water department, but I did like the idea that they would connect it between the house and the garage and only have 1 meter, all metered through the house. It just helps to keep it that it's not a separate dwelling unit. Condition that it not be a separate dwelling unit, no cooking facilities be allowed in the structure. Also that this is for the garage only. There's no changes to the main dwelling.
Bob, I'm sorry, did you get in things that there'll be no increased affluent flow, being that it's going from a 2 to a 3 bedroom? Well, it's not actually a bedroom, but with the extra bedroom, there's no significant increase.
We can add that into findings. There's no increase, and it does have a 5-bedroom capacity on the upgraded system.
Right.
If they
I'm
ever
sorry.
applied to use it as a bedroom.
All right. Anything else for conditions?
No, I think we had per plans, correct?
Per plans.
I think we should also add in there that the assessors department will have access to the property prior to sign off on the building permit, just to make notes on the inside of the garage.
All right. Anything else?
I'm good.
No, that's good.
All right, so that motion to approve with conditions was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So project passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good night.
All right, up next, we have application 35-20 Hammett, 29 Nemasket Road in West Falmouth. And if Bernie Oppenheim, I think, could be elevated if he's in the attendees list. Please. He might be Jeff. And Bob, whenever you're ready, you can read it in.
Okay, so application number 35-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Suzanne Hammett of New York, New York, has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C and 240-69E of the Code of Falmouth to construct an addition to the dwelling and demolish and rebuild the existing garage exceeding 20% lot coverage by structures on subject property known as 29 Nemasket Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For referrals, conservation staff has no comment regarding the proposal as it appears to be outside the conservation jurisdiction. From engineering, one, this application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and utilities. Nemasket Road is a private right of way in this area. Two, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. Three, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. Four, we recommend that the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells or other stormwater infiltration measure for the addition and garage roof area at a minimum. Planning board, no comment. Water department, the plan appears to present no change in usage of property. The existing water service is adequate. Fire department, no issues from the fire department. Health Department. 1999 septic system for 4 bedrooms. Seeing that there is 3 bedrooms now and an additional bedroom proposed, I see no issues with the project. A permit will need to be issued by the Health Department for the tank relocation. Assessors, no comment. There is a letter from Thomas Chabadi to the zoning board members. I am one of the abutters of the proposed project by Suzanne Hammett of 29 Nemasket Road. The plans for the addition look quite fine to me. She should enjoy the usage of the expansion. The plan should also enhance the neighborhood. And then from Denise Parent and Jim Paquette. They're at 43 Nemasket Road. We own a home located at 43 Nemasket Road and submit this letter in support of Suzanne Hammett's application for a special permit for 29 Nemasket Road, as more specifically outlined and filed in application number 35-20. The proposed addition to the dwelling and new garage is shown on the architectural plans, fit within the existing character of the neighborhood. The proposed improvements will add value to the neighboring properties. Please contact us with any questions. That's it for now.
All right, thank you, Bob. And Ken has joined us, so the voting members will be the regular voting members. Welcome back, Ken. And once again, if anyone out there has any question, comments, concern regarding this project, go ahead and type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address. We will get to it when the time comes. And for the applicant tonight is Attorney Oppenheim. And you're currently muted, but you are with us. Oh, still muted.
There.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
We have you.
Okay, thank you very much. If you would be kind enough to elevate my client, Suzanne Hammett, her architect, Chris Harris, and our engineer, Patrick Roach.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Oppenheim, for the record. I'm an attorney here in Falmouth with the law firm of Oppenheim and Nickerson. With me this evening is my legal assistant, Yuval Bar, who's worked on this project with me, and Suzanne Hammett, who is the applicant, who's been a member of our community since September of 2019, when I assisted her in the purchase of this property. Chris Harris is an architect from North Falmouth who did a extraordinary plan for Mrs. Hammett, which you'll see in a minute. And Patrick Roach is an engineer with the firm of Holmes and McGrath, who has been our project engineer and has been of invaluable assistance as well. My presentation this evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, will be to go through the legal arguments first, and then to take you through the plans quickly, because the hour is late, and also we'll give you plenty of time to ask any questions of me or of the professionals who have been involved in this project. The property is 29 Nemasket Road in West Falmouth. It's on a 13,204 square foot corner lot in a residential B zoning district. Nemasket, as most of you know, runs from Quaker Road down to Buzzards Bay. The lot is flat and has an existing single-family 2-story residence with 3 bedrooms on the second floor. There are 2 existing driveways, one going to the existing garage, which will be shifted to a new garage, and a second which will remain in the same location on the corner or around the corner from the existing driveway. Both drives will be made of a pervious material. There is presently a detached garage on the property, which is a mere 2.5 feet from the rear property line. which is one of the two present nonconformities. The other nonconformity is the front threshold, which is 22.5 feet from the road. These nonconformities, as the board knows, requires that we come before you under section 240-3C to allow the renovation of this 76-year-old residence and the demolition of the existing non-conforming garage and the construction of a new conforming garage on the premises. The addition to this structure will add a master bedroom suite, including a bath and a walk-in closet, along with a half bath, a laundry room, and a mudroom on the ground floor. It also includes an enlarged kitchen and a screened porch. The goal here, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is to provide my retired client with first floor living. The current residence is 1,390 square feet, and the proposed residence, if approved by the board, would be 2,399 square feet, or 1,009 square feet larger. The current garage is 264 square feet, and the new garage would be 336 square feet, or 72 square feet larger. We believe these increases are a modest request. The building commissioner rendered an opinion, which we chose not to challenge, that the stone steps are not pervious, which put us just over the maximum lot coverage limits of 20 to 20.7. As you're aware, under this application, we seek relief under section 240-69E, which allows the board to grant an increased lot coverage up to 25%. The structure is average in size and in height for the neighborhood, in my opinion, and the lot coverage by structure, paving, and parking is only 24.1%, well under the 40% allowed by your bylaw. We have provided to the board a chart showing lot coverage and bulk calculation in a worksheet format. This was prepared by SALT Architects, Chris Harris's office. And I won't go through that chart, but if you have questions, we will do our best to answer them. Suffice it to say that the average lot size of the properties included on the chart is over 25,000 square feet, just over. The average building footprint is 2,400 square feet, and the average finished area is also about 2,400 square feet. Based on this information, the applicant asserts that her proposed project is appropriate for the issuance of a special permit under 240-69E for the following reasons. The height and size is consistent with the other homes in the neighborhood. There is no adverse shadow effect on any of the abutters caused by the proposed addition. The garage, which is 2.5 feet from the property line, as previously mentioned, will be removed, which has a positive effect on any shadow to the abutter to the rear. There is no negative impact to views and vistas from the public way. Arguably, the views are improved by this aesthetically designed addition to an older residence in the neighborhood. There's no adverse effect of nitrogen on the coastal embayments because we have a 4-bedroom septic system in existence on the site, and we don't have any wetlands or flood zone issues. like to cover with the board how the proposed project meets the standards of 240-216, which you as a board are required to review with the applicant. First, the adequacy of the site in terms of size for the proposed use. The project proposes a modest addition of just over 1,000 square feet to a residence and a 336 square foot garage. The overall project is well below the maximum lot coverage allowed for structure, paving, and parking. Is the site suitable for our proposed use? The site has been continuously used as a residence since 1944, and the proposed changes are only enhancing the site's suitability. Will there be an impact on traffic flow and safety? The project is only adding one bedroom to accommodate first floor living for the owner. We don't see any measurable impact to traffic flow or safety in the neighborhood. Is there an impact on the neighborhood's visual character, including views and vistas? As you'll see in a moment, or as you can see from the documents in your file already, from the architect's renderings, the addition to the existing structure blends in perfectly, in my opinion, and will look like it was built at the same time as the existing structure. The addition will have no negative impact on views or vistas, and the removal and reconstruction of the old garage is also being done in a very tasteful manner and consistent with the neighborhood character. The mass of the structure is not inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And in your file, there are photographs of not only of this residence, but of the abutting residences for you to review and to come to a positive conclusion. As far as the adequacy of the sewage disposal, source of water, and drainage, again, we have an on-site system, the location of which may have to be adjusted slightly, but it is in existence as a 4-bedroom system. The property is served by town water, and we know of no drainage issues. Our engineer has designed 2 dry wells that he believes will adequately serve any water coming off the roof systems. We will also have pervious driveways, which will be able to absorb any site water generated typically by driveways. As far as the adequacy of utilities and other public services, the property has all the necessary existing utility services and will have no negative impact on public services since it's an existing single-family residence. Will it affect the supply of affordable housing in our community? I think the answer is no. It's an existing single-family residence. There's no applicability to the decision of the planning board under Article 38 and Article 39. And the Articles 22 and 24, neither of which are applicable. And as far as the affordable housing requirement, again, it's not applicable. I'd like to take you now quickly through the plans, starting with the existing site plan. Okay. So this shows you the existing site plan, which is on a corner lot, 13,204 square feet. You can see the existing garage being 2.5 feet from the rear property line, a shell driveway off of the way to the left of the residence, and an existing shell driveway to the small garage. And next, we can go to the proposed site plan, if you would. So this shows the garage moved to the east with the new driveway, and it shows the footprint of the proposed addition, which includes a screen porch. I'll show you the details of that in a moment. You'll note that the rear of the proposed addition is 13 feet from the rear property line, eliminating any non-conformities. The front steps are not being made any more non-conforming. And I guess it also shows that we may be moving a portion of the septic system in the field as determined by our engineer on site. The next, we could go to Chris Harris's plans, his elevations. This is existing. No, excuse me, this is proposed. On the west side. Go to the next. This is the proposed front elevation, showing the addition of the screen porch and the new garage to the right. This is just the roof systems. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the second floor plan, which is not changing. It has 3 bedrooms and a bath up there, and I'm told 0 insulation between the walls. So that's existing. Can you go to the next? This is the floor plan showing the board the proposed addition, coming in the back door into a mudroom, and next, adjacent to the mudroom, a small laundry, and after that, a powder room, and then a door into the master suite with a master closet, master bedroom, and master bath. Going back into the main part of the house, an enlarged kitchen, and off of the kitchen, the screen porch, which leads to a stone landing and the side yard. The garage, new garage, is also shown on this layout. You can go to the next. This just shows the crawl space. There's not going to be a full foundation under the addition. We can go to the next. So this is the existing elevation from the east. Next is the front elevation existing. Next would be the, well, this is existing basement. We can go to the next. Okay, so this is the, this will be the second floor plan on the right, and the existing floor plan on the left, which obviously we plan to change by building out to the right of your screen. Next.
Attorney Oppenheim, you are at the 15-minute mark. Do you want more time?
If I could have another 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate it.
Sure. And we just, the way things are virtually, we need to do a roll call vote for that. So I'll make a motion to extend Attorney Oppenheim's. I'll give you 5 minutes, Attorney Oppenheim. Hopefully you can get it under. Does anyone want to second that motion? Second by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
So get ready to move.
We'll go to Ken. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. Thank you, Attorney Oppenheim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now go to the architect's renderings. So this is Chris Harris's rendering of the proposed addition to give you a sense of what it would look like from the street. The screen porch is in the foreground. The addition to the kitchen is in the middle of that addition, and the master bedroom is to the rear of that addition, and the new garage you can see to the right. Next. This is just another view of the same thing, more from the other side of the property. Next. That's the chart that we prepared, which is in the materials in your file. Okay, I think that can conclude the presentation of the plans. We can go back if you have any questions. I would just like to reiterate that we think that the project is not substantially more detrimental. And in fact, in our opinion, it will actually enhance not only the property, but the neighborhood. We have 2 letters of support, which have been read by the clerk in the file. My client announced her plans at the neighborhood meeting approximately 10 days ago, and told her neighbors what her plans were, and said that all the drawings were available at the ZBA. So I assume anyone who had an interest would have taken advantage of viewing the plans online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney Oppenheim. Once again, if there's anyone out there who has any questions, comments, concerns regarding the project, go ahead and type in your full name and address into the webinar chat, and we will get to it shortly. We'll turn it over to board questions. Ed, any questions?
No questions. I think it's a big improvement to the neighborhood.
Very good. Scott?
Yeah, Jeff, while I applaud the fact that you guys moved the driveway, which takes it out of that choke point coming out of the existing driveway, my concern with just that piece of the project is that it being pervious, the new proposed septic tank is really close to that the sideline of that driveway, and with it being pervious, that sidewall loading on that has me concerned a little bit. Is there any intentions of making that an H20 tank being so close to the edge of that driveway?
Thank you, Scott, for the question. I think I'm going to defer to Patrick for that, the answer to that question.
For the record, my name is Patrick Roach with Holmes and McGrath, and I do appreciate your question regarding the septic tank. H20 loading certainly is a possibility that we would consider. We were going with the original design for the 1,500 gallon septic tank, and but if it is a concern of the board, we would consider H20 loading. Obviously, it's an added cost, but
tank still remains 1,500, and isn't that in Mass Title 5 that anything closer than 10 feet to a drive has to be H20 loading on a septic tank?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No more questions.
Thank you, Scott. Ken, any questions?
I do not have any questions on this one.
Thank you, Ken. Let's see. Where's Bob? There he is. Bob, any questions?
No questions. I think it's a nice plan.
All right. And I don't have any questions myself. And looking into the webinar chat, I don't see any public comment. So would the board like to make any sort of motion?
So motion to close.
Second it.
Okay, motion to close by Bob and seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
And Forman, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed, and how would the board like to proceed?
So motion to approve with conditions.
Second, Mr. Dugan's motion.
Very good. Bob, would you like to start us off with findings?
So 240-3C, 240-69E, 240-216 increases utilization for first floor living, be constructing an addition to the dwelling with a raise and reconstruct of the existing garage. Current nonconformity to the garage is a 2.5-foot setback to the rear lot line, and to the front of the dwelling, 22.56 feet where 25 is required. The rebuild of the garage will eliminate the nonconformity, and it will have an 11-foot setback. There is a existing septic from 1999 for a 4-bedroom. Home currently has 3 existing and 1 additional proposed, so it meets the current system. There were lot coverage is proposed is 20.7%. Where they can ask for up to 25%, so it's a modest increase. There were bulk calculations submitted throughout the neighborhood. At 20.7, they fall in the upper range, but they're the mid-range for footprint. There is an existing water service that already exists. Property is residential B district, single family. Existing, you got a 1390 residence and a 264 garage, which is 1654 square feet. The proposed will be a 2399 residence, 336 garage, which is 2765 square feet. I think that's it for the findings.
Very good. Conditions.
Per plans. I don't know, Scott, do you have any concern regarding that septic that you brought up? Are you looking for
No, it's just a matter of, it's the same size tank, got a thicker sidewall and a thicker top on it. And with this driveway being pervious, the driveway gets wet, creates pressure on that sidewall, and it's really close to that driveway. So one of my conditions, the only condition I would have is that was upgraded to an H20 tank.
so then we can add that as a condition to upgrade to an H20 tank for the reasons that Scott mentioned. I think I said per plans. Again, I'd also like the last one, want to have the assessors department have the opportunity to view the interior prior to final sign off. Meeting the engineering requirements for stormwater runoff.
Anything else for conditions, Bob?
Yeah, that's it.
So we're about to get up.
All right. Someone's got their microphone on. I'm not sure who. All right. So that is a motion to approve with conditions by Bob, and that was seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
And Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. And so that passes with conditions unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bernie Oppenheim, thank you to you and your team tonight.
Good night.
Good night. All right, up next we have application 36-20 Wings Pond LLC, 63 North Falmouth Highway in North Falmouth. And the voting members on this will be the regular voting members.
So application number 36-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Wings Pond LLC of Middleborough, Mass. has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a comprehensive permit pursuant to MGL Chapter 40B, to construct 6 duplex buildings totaling 12 units. 3 units will be affordable. Subject property is 63 North Falmouth Highway, North Falmouth, Mass. Okay, for referrals, Falmouth Conservation Commission dated July 9th, 2020. These are revised comments for 63 North Falmouth Highway, North Falmouth, Mass. 40B proposal. A referral was submitted for this project October 24th of 19. The current comments are based on the revised preliminary development plans prepared for 63 North Falmouth Highway for Robert Sullivan by Riverland Land Surveyors, Inc., dated 5/28/2018 and revised 6/14/2018. The proposal is for a 40B project with 12 units, 2 bedrooms each. Many comments are the same. The revised plan submitted now includes the bordering vegetated wetland line, which is delineated by Ken Thompson on 12320, along with the vernal pool habitat line that had been delineated by LEC Environmental 5/4/2018. The state wetland resource areas on this property include vernal pool habitat certified, isolated land subject to flooding 301 CMR 10.57, and the new bordering vegetated wetland 301 CMR 10.55. The Conservation Department's comments are as follows. 1. Vernal pool habitat. The current plan shows the location of the vernal pool habitat wetland line based on mean annual high water. Under 310 CMR 1057 4C, no project may be permitted which will have any adverse effect on specified wildlife habitat, sites of rare vertebrate or invertebrate species. Unit number 1 to number 3 are still located within the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line, no disturbance line. The limit of work, LOW line, must also be far enough away so the 100-foot vernal pool habitat is not disturbed or impacted. 2. Limit of work. The limit of work must be depicted on the plan as staked straw bales with silt fence, the lower lip buried 3 to 5 inches to delineate the extent of disturbance and prevent any siltation from entering vernal pool habitat. All disturbance must be outside the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line. Dumping remediation. The applicant had proposed the areas where dumping had occurred could be removed and cleaned up within the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line. The commission would consider this proposal provided the purpose is for remediating the vernal pool habitat by excavating the dumped materials, supplementing with soil, and installing native tree and shrub plantings. Conducting construction within this 100-foot zone or leaving it cleared without revegetation after removing the dumped material does not meet the intent of the state regulations. 3. Stormwater. Stormwater calculations are required for the site to assess potential impacts to wetland resource areas. Due to downslope gradients on the property and the proposal to elevate areas 10 feet, the applicant must ensure that landward disturbance from the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line shall contain all stormwater. 4. SAS leach field. Based on the current configuration, the leach field overdig will infringe within the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line. The leach field must be modified or relocated, showing a low outside the 100-foot vernal pool habitat line. 5. Prior use of the property. Soils around the dilapidated building with the garage door should be considered for testing. This area may have been used as a repair shop in the past based on vehicles that have been parked there. In addition, there has been heavy dumping down the slope to the vernal pool, some as late as 1999, consisting of asphalt, tires, metal, and other debris. From Scott McGann, Health Department, July 8th, 2020. No major objections to the proposed, but would like the following addressed. 1, would like to see the soil absorption system sited farther away from the vernal pool for both resource protection and soil conditions. Lots of dumping seen in that area during the perk test. 2, will need to remove any dumped material left over from years of dumping as encountered. Any hazardous materials that may be encountered need to be properly disposed with DEP and Board of Health notification. We'll need properly stamped plans for disposal works permit submission. Please provide approval letter for the leaching system Cultec R330 XLD prior or when submitting a disposal works installation application. From the fire department, and Boyd was not available, but they said because of the distance from the nearest hydrant on North Falmouth Highway, we are requesting a hydrant be placed on the property. We'd have to get more description of that later. From the engineering. This is going to take a bit. Original comments on italics, new comments in bold. Okay. The location of the proposed soil absorption system for the septic is in a portion of the parcel close to the certified vernal pool. We recommend that the applicant explore moving the SAS away from the vernal pool if possible. If relocation to another portion of the site isn't possible, flipping the driveway and SAS location should be explored. Or if the drive were to be changed to impervious, placing the SAS under the driveway would provide more separation from the vernal pool and less clearing of potential habitat upland of the vernal pool. Could the primary and reserve areas be switched? Could the rows and SAS area be switched? Overflow from a septic tank or pump chamber would flow into the resource area and habitat, where a spill on roadway would have to work through the treatment train for stormwater to reach these areas. And they're asking what Conservation Commission thinks. It appears that the proposed location of the soil absorption system falls within or adjacent to an area where a number of buildings are visible in the 1950 aerial photographs of this area. There is considerable disturbance visible around the buildings in 1950 aerial. The area can be seen disturbed in more recent aerial photographs up to 2014. Test bits should be performed in the leaching area to determine depth of potential fill and how deep native soils are, so additional costs associated with the Title V fill can be accounted for in the project costs. Mass DOT State Highway layout of 1904 and 1905 shows that a portion of the original roadway, 1899 county layout, fell within the front portion of the lot before it was relocated to the 1905 and 1928 layout. The location of the proposed soil absorption system appears to fall within or adjacent to the old road. Test bits should be performed in this area to determine depth of potential fill and how deep native soils are, so any additional costs associated with the Title V can be accounted for in the project. Is a 21E site assessment warranted? Question. Should an LSP oversight reporting to the town be required for excavation operations during construction? Question. Connection to the town municipal water system will be subject to Falmouth Water Department. The proposed water system, any hydrants, service details are all subject to Falmouth Water Department review and approval. No driveway or street opening permit would be required from the engineering division. Permitting for the right-of-way work would be through Mass DOT, since North Falmouth Highway is a state right-of-way. The applicant has reached out to Mass DOT with their intentions to file a permit. What is shown would be considered a driveway and not a road. Because this is a driveway, the town will not provide snow removal. Because this is a driveway, the town will not provide trash and recycle services within the site. This will be considered a driveway. No snow removal will be provided. Connection to the state road will be subject to Mass DOT review. The address of the units will be parcel-based. Addresses would be in the format of 63 North Falmouth Highway, building number 1-6, Unit A/B. Attaches a sketch for the applicant to use in planning for the project so there can be consistent unit designation throughout the process. The plans show the correct street address, building, and unit designation. The engineering division will assign the addresses prior to sign off on the first building permit. Note that some of the documents still referred to units 1-12. We recommend that all references to units match the correct designations in any plans and documents approved by the board. Number and location of parking spaces would be further reviewed during the formal application process. The applicant indicates that there are 24 parking spaces proposed. There are no parking spaces labeled on the plans. We recommend that all parking spaces be designated on the plans, including any guest parking spaces, and a parking space count to be added to one of the plans. Adequacy of the turnaround area, size, and location would be subject to Falmouth Fire and Rescue review and approval. Town standards, if this were a road, would be 18 feet wide, which appears to me, and 80 feet long, which this does not appear to me. T turnarounds are also required at the end of roads. This one is approximately 77 feet short of the end. Where this is a driveway, the concern are maneuverability and the dead end. We would recommend that an SU-30 maneuvering sketch be submitted. While this is a driveway, larger vehicles such as trash truck, emergency vehicles, and delivery vehicles will still have to access and maneuver within the site. The T turnaround does not meet standards we would hold for a road. We recommend that either the T turnaround be redesigned to meet our minimum standards or vehicle maneuvering sketches be provided. At least an SU-30 vehicle, if not a larger model, should Falmouth Fire and Rescue indicate larger vehicles may be required. Floor elevations are not provided on the plans, and there appears to be considerable earthworks on this site for the project. Some of the grading is close to abutting properties. We will recommend an erosion and sediment control plan be included in the comprehensive permit application plan, set so the conditions can be made in any approval referencing this plan. We have included our current standard of conditions to aid in the development for the formal application. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of the Mass Stormwater Handbook also points out that care is needed to avoid compacting underlying parent soils. This is also a concern for the septic system, soil absorption system, and bioretention areas. We will look for protection of all these areas during construction shown on the erosion and sediment control plan, cordoned off or fenced in. With both the permeable pavement and SAS shown, the right-of-way edge of the property, there won't be much area left for access to the site during construction. We will expect an anti-tracking construction entrance shown on the erosion and sediment control plan. An erosion control plan was included in this submission. We recommend some additional information be provided on the plans to meet the requirements laid out in the conditions. Some of the proposed slopes on the plan appear to be steep. Slope stabilization information and details will be expected to be shown on formal application plans for any proposed slopes greater than 3.1. There are slopes as steep as 1.1 proposed with no details for stabilization on these slopes. We recommend details be added to the plans. Third-party inspection of the roadway and bioretention areas during construction will be recommended. Costs associated with these inspections should be accounted for in the cost of this project. We recommend that a third party be hired for inspections and construction conformance review. As-built plans should be required. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of the Mass General Stormwater Handbook provides that setback distances between porous pavement and other site features. Some of these are not met. For example, 10 feet to property lines and 50 feet to soil absorption system. We will expect the setback distances to be met. On why they are not met should be provided in the formal application. Some areas appear to be close or not conforming to these requirements. We recommend that distances between these sites features be added to the plans and separation provided as required. Can it be conformed that there is no porous pavement proposed for this project? Question. We are assuming the vernal pool water elevation is a typo and should read 19.37 and not 69.37, but this should be confirmed. During the site visit, it was pointed out that there are resource areas inland of the certified vernal pool delineation that are not showing on the plans. Delineation of these source areas are not shown on the plans bordering vegetated wetlands. as required by Mass Housing in Section 2 of application. Proximity of disturbance and structures to these other resource areas should be considered. Identification of all resource areas within the near project should be shown on the formal application. Plans have been corrected to show water elevation of 14.37 and additional BVW delineation was provided. However, the existing condition plan still has 69.37 and the new BVW is not shown on the plans. We recommend that the existing condition plan be updated. Will there be restrictions on expanding existing patios or adding new patios or decks for at least units 1 through 4? Question. While the buildings have been reconfigured and shifted away from the vernal pool, the backyards are still in vernal pool habitat. We recommend that the Conservation Commission be consulted to determine if there should be restrictions to what can or cannot be done in these areas. Existing condition plans. As previously mentioned, it does not appear that the resource areas have been updated. Existing drainage areas and post-development drainage areas, sheets 2 and 3. Off-site areas to the east and south that would contribute to stormwater into the site and into the proposed stormwater structures do not appear to be accounted for. Some of the drainage divides do not appear to follow the grading on the proposed plans. The time of concentration information on the plans do not match the calculations. The time of concentration calculations utilize the upland method surfaces where TR55 uses paved or unpaved for shallow concentrated areas. We typically use TR55. Post-development drainage plan should be grading in drainage plan. Question, sheet number 4. There are 2 walls shown in the landscape plan not shown on the civil plan set. One is behind building 1, the other behind building 6. A 1-to-1 slope is shown along the southern, eastern, and northerly property lines with no details for stabilization of these slopes. We recommend details be added to the plans. The constructability of these slopes up to the limits of the property should be considered. Will any trees on the abutting properties be lost from constructing on these slopes? The grading behind building 6 would divert stormwater flows directly into the home and does not show the wall that is on the landscaping plans. There is considerable grading in the vernal pool upland habitat area. What species are in the vernal pool? Preservation of use or prevention of use by these vernal pool species, if applicable, should be explored. Can or should there be landscaping useful as habitat or measures to prevent use of these areas where maintenance may be detrimental to the vernal pool species here? What are the distances between stormwater and subsurface sewage disposal system appearances? They should be labeled on the plans. Note that any pipes and stormwater appurtenances within 10 feet of a building could be subject to state or local plumbing codes. We recommend the building department be consulted for applicability of the codes. The table of foundation elevations should use the appropriate unit designations of building 1 to 6, not units 1 to 12. They should carry through wherever the table shows. On some sheets, the table could be removed. The proposed tree line appears to follow the downhill limits of the proposed riprap 1-to-1 slope. While this will be considered a driveway, we typically do not recommend super elevation, and when it is part of the design, additional stormwater measures may be required. Shorter distances between catch basins, higher curbing, steeper longitudinal slopes, gutters, with flow spread calculations, etc. Proposed septic and utility plan, sheet 5. The septic reserve area is further from the vernal pool than the proposed leaching area. Can these locations be swapped to move the leaching area away from the vernal pool? Question. If the septic leaching area is not relocated, could the roadway and septic location be swapped? Question. Spills in a roadway would go through a closed treatment train. Overflows in septic system would flow overland to habitat and resource areas without a treatment system. What does the Conservation Commission think? Question. Erosion control plan, sheet 6. We typically require formal barriers around the stormwater and septic leaching areas to keep construction activities outside these areas. Have earthworks calculations be done for the site. We typically require a disposal location for excess materials. Will the entire limit of work be the filtermit product? We typically would look for construction and period erosion controls and details such as temporary swales and basins, including any project phasing impacts. Note 7 should refer to Mass DOT. Will there be an outside consultant hired for inspections? We defer to the board for this project should be reviewed for conformance with our soil erosion sediment control standards. Drive profile, sheet 7. Dry well configuration in the calculations and the infiltration basin dry well specification table should match. Layout control plan, sheet 8. Has the buildings and roadways been staked in the field? Question. Can the roadway be added to these plans with widths, curbing, turnaround dimensions, and parking information? Question. Septic profile and details. Typical construction details, StormTech MC 3500 sheets 9 to 11. Can the test pit locations be added to the existing condition plans? Question. Landscape plan. Will they be assigned for the development? The address should be posted at the entrance, 63. 2 retaining walls are shown in this plan, but not the civil plans. A 6-foot high privacy fence is needed as shown on section D, but not on the civil plans. What will determine when it is needed? Where is the fence in relation to the property line and one-to-one slope? Section D shows the one-to-one slope terminating prior to the property line, but the civil plans appear to show the slope right up to the property line. This plan designates where patios and where decks will be used. The civil plans do not, and the grading on the civil plan suggests patios only. The plan should be coordinated. As previously mentioned, landscaping that can conform to vernal pool species habitat could be explored. Drainage calculation comments. 2 different time spans we use for the pre and post development calculations. The time span used for the 100-year storm does not capture the full volume of the storm, which would be used to determine if the stormwater structures would draw down within 72 hours. The calculation model larger storms being conveyed by the close drainage system. Catch basin grate should be able to pass the peak flow, and the catch basin should be capable of handling the peak volume, with resulting ponding, puddling, overflow should be determined. This can be done either in the model or as separate calculations. Plans and calculations should be coordinated. The calculation should be reviewed for conformance with standard practice and procedures, as well as conformance with stormwater management regulations. A complete stormwater report, including an operations and maintenance plan, showing compliance with the stormwater management standards, project description, and summary and conclusion will be required for the notice of intent. We recommend that the peer review engineer for the ZBA be utilized for review of the notice of intent, or if there is no peer review for the notice of intent, this document should be provided for this review. There is an attachment with all these soil erosion and sediment control standards. Okay. There's a memo from conservation, but it's from October 24, 2019. So I think there are other comments updated since then. And as you can see, there's a lot more in the file. But I don't know if you want to start them at least with their presentation at this point, and then we can, refer back later on. I know it's only the first night of the presentation anyway, so.
Sure. Thank
There's
you.
a lot of
Bob.
information to go through.
There sure is. So once again, the voting members on this are the regular voting members. If any members of the public have any questions, comments, concerns, go ahead and utilize the webinar chat. Please use your full name and address. Type in whatever question you have, and we will address it when the time comes. Noreen, before we get started, I believe the ZBA has retained someone for peer review.
So we have been in touch with BSC, and we reached out to them to see if they would be able to provide peer engineering review for us. They did reply that they were able to, so our next conversation would be with the applicant to have them fund the account to have that peer engineer start some work for us. So I would anticipate them participating as early as our next meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Noreen.
Yep.
And Mr. Maroney, I see that you've been elevated. Feel free to start whenever you want. You are muted right now.
We also have Frank Riblin, who's the project engineer.
Thank you, Noreen. And Mr. Maroney, it looks like you unmuted yourself, so whenever you want to start, go right ahead. Adriana and Tom, I'm not sure if they're having any technical difficulty on their end of things, but any way that you can assist?
There's also no video in case they're trying to also connect video.
See Frank. I don't know if he was trying to speak
There we
previously.
go. We do see you, Mr. Rebellin.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not sure if Mr. Maroney was going to take the lead or if it was going to be you tonight.
No, Mr. Marioni was going to be taking the lead and describing the project, presenting it. I am the project surveyor. Also with us tonight is Walter Hermano, who is the project engineer.
Oh, great. If we could elevate him, Walter, I'm sorry, Hermano?
Correct.
Mr. Maroney, are you with us?
Good evening, ZBA, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walter Hermano. I'm the project engineer.
Good evening. I think we're still having issues connecting with Mr. Maroney.
I think Mr. Foreman has the best view.
He certainly does.
My gosh, that's wonderful.
And Tom and Adriana, I see that under Mr. Maroney's square, it says connecting to audio, but then it appears that nothing really happens after that.
TJ Thomas is trying to reach him by phone right now.
Thank you. Maybe it might be appropriate to take a quick break to see if we can get connected in Mr. Maroney.
You want to take a 5-minute recess to give him time? And that way, if he can't clear it up within that, we should probably continue the opening to a different night.
Sure. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Thank you. TV know that we are. Wrap up business at 9:30, so we will need a vote to continue.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second.
Second. So the motion to extend tonight's business to 10:30 was made by Ken and second by Bob. We'll need a roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
James,
James Morse, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary.
Very aye.
Thank you, Mary. And TJ Hurry, aye. So the board's business tonight has been extended to 10:30. And Mr. Maroney, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I'll try to move this along for you out of respect for your time as well. My name is Nick Marioni, representing the applicant. With me tonight is Frank Reiblin, who is the design engineer, Walter Hermanow, who's a consulting engineer who worked on the drainage and the septic system, and Mark Manganello from LEC Consultants, who will speak on the vernal pool and the wetlands. Just a brief history on this project. We filed for project eligibility on September 26th of 2019. We received our project eligibility letter on February 5th of this year. The letter spoke on the comments by various boards in the town and Mass Housing, asked that we try to respect those concerns, adding some 2-bedroom units, moving a little further away from the wetlands. We did that, and we requested a project change from Mass Housing on May 19th, and we received a letter of insubstantial change and project change from Mass Housing on May 21st. We reduced the size of the buildings, and we took one building and made it a 2-bedroom building. So there's two 2-bedroom units of 1,380 square feet each. And the other 5 buildings are 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,580 square foot per unit. All units have a full basement and a 1-car garage. All units, 2s and 3s, have first floor master bedrooms and first floor bathrooms that are handicap visitable, have visitable features, and are handicap adaptable for a customer that needs it. We did this to pull the building 4 to 6 feet further away from the wetlands and to shorten the road and to try and ease the impact on the buffer zone. I'll let Frank Reiblin now explain his design and how we got to where we are. I think in my narrative, I mentioned that we massed along the west side of the north side of the property to stay away as far away from the existing homes in the areas we could. And with that in mind, Frank designed this site. So Frank, if you please take over.
Okay. For the record, my name is Frank Reiblin. I am a professional land surveyor. We have prepared these plans for Mr. Rob Sullivan. Our goal was to utilize the property as best we could by siting the homes near the center of the site. There is a considerable amount of grade change across this property from the front to the back. Therefore, we tried to cluster them as best we could without extending all the way to the property lines in the back to try to minimize some of the cuts and grading. The homes were set in a staggered configuration to avoid the cookie cutter military barrack style development to make it a little more aesthetically pleasing. Every one of the homes is designed to have a 1-car garage for parking. 4 of the 6 buildings also have spaces for parking in the front of the building. In addition, there is a 4-car parking spot between units 3 and 4 to accommodate any excess vehicles or visitor parking. All the drainage flows down towards the front, down to in the direction of the North Falmouth Highway, and goes into a rather extensive drainage collection system that Mr. Hermano can explain. He is the design engineer that worked out the drainage, but he can be much better capable of explaining that than I can. The roadway is shortened from our initial designs, as Mr. Marioni indicated. Again, this eliminates some of the impervious surfaces on site. All the buildings are designed to have dry wells for roof recharge. And again, I think I'd best let Mr. Hermano explain some of the drainage facilities along those lines. I know that in some of the comments that we just heard, numerous points were mentioned about test pits. Test pits have been excavated in the area of the soil absorption system. The fire department was also requesting a hydrant. We have shown one hydrant on the plan. It is on the opposite side of the road, directly across from Unit 5B, which is way up near the end of the turnaround. That should handle virtually all the units within the project. There is an existing hydrant directly across from the entrance on North Falmouth Highway that services that end of it. And again, Walter, if you would like to speak on some of the drainage and septic designs, I'll bow to you on that.
Sure, Frank. Thank you. As Frank has alluded, I was assigned to design the stormwater management for this project. And I also designed the septic system for this project. The stormwater management, we did a pre-analysis, a pre-construction analysis to determine the existing runoff on the property. And there is existing runoff, even though it's a lot of sand, gravel, open area. It's also wooded. All of the runoff basically heads towards the vernal pool, the certified vernal pool. There is a limited area in the front of the property that goes onto the highway. We basically assigned 2 drainage areas under a pre-drainage area analysis. The post-analysis, I have shown in a stormwater management report, which I'll explain that in a second, that all runoff post-development is less than the pre-existing conditions for all storm events required. And that's the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year 24-hour storm events. And that's in the Mass DEP handbook requirements. There was extensive comments on stormwater management, not to any fault of the town engineer on this. I don't believe that he actually has in his possession the stormwater management report that I created, dated May 25th of this year. That would explain a lot of his comments. So I think he should have an opportunity to see that report and revise his comments. And within 15 minutes, we don't have time to actually go through all of them, but many of them have been addressed in a comprehensive stormwater management report that I have put together. Overall, the stormwater management, we have 2 infiltration basins that are substantially sized. One nearest the highway, North Falmouth Highway, that holds all flows through the 100-year event before there would be any discharge. And that exceeds the requirements. The second infiltration basin, IB number 2, is about in the middle of the project, and that holds the flows through the 2 and the 10-year, and there's a slight flow that comes out of it on the 25 and the 100. But again, all flows total for the project are less than the pre-existing conditions. And our goal is not to make it 0. We want to have a good balance because the vernal pool does need water. We can't just choke that off and not direct any water towards that. But the standard is that our post-development must be less than the pre-development. We cannot exceed that value, and we have achieved that, and that also is proven in the Stormwater Management Handbook. There is no discharge to the vernal pool. The only minor discharge from the infiltration basin is outside the 100-foot buffer to the vernal pool. And again, it's very minor. And in all likelihood, it's going to percolate through the ground because it has a very limited flow before it even reaches that 100-foot boundary. Groundwater flow for the project has not been determined by myself, but as it was entertained at the last Zoom meeting, and I've studied the surrounding area, it does appear to be in the southwest quadrant, and that would be from the vernal pool towards the subject property. It would not be from the property towards the vernal pool. It's just the opposite direction. It either goes straight across the street, a little bit to the south, or somewhere in between. The septic system, we viewed it as paramount that it be located in the spot that has been selected. It was the optimum location on the property for the septic system. There's been questions about possibly flipping it, a mirror image, and putting the road nearest the vernal pool. That would not be the preferred design from me or the proponents and the team, because any accident, any potential coming off our roadway that involves oil and hazardous materials, gasolines and so forth, a car maybe going off the road, any impact is going to be direct and immediate to the vernal pool. So that was right from the gate. We were not going to consider a roadway near a vernal pool, not in this instance. The engineer does make a good point that it could be a release captured through the treatment train. However, what happens with a treatment train, because the materials do become soluble at a certain point, it will be an immediate and more direct impact to the vernal pool because it's already subsurface. There were some concerns about overflow of the septic system from a tank or a pump chamber. I don't have those concerns. It's a very well-designed septic system. And if it were to be, if it were to arise, it's going to be very visible at the ground surface. This is a very large system. It's a pressurized distribution system. We have wonderful sandy materials out there as proven through the perk tests. There was some unsuitable material up above, and all unsuitable material must be removed prior to installing a septic in that area. That's a given. There's no one trying to do anything other than that. If necessary, the septic system, we can expand the impervious liner and put that all along the entire length of the system between the vernal pool and the system. If it would please the board to add a further level of protection, that there would be no breakout heading towards the certified vernal pool. So that is why we've designed the roadway where it is and the septic system where it is. There was a comment to see if we could flip it into the reserve area. Well, the reserve area is not the most practical location for a septic system. We have indicated it can be used as a reserve area because it can fit. However, there's a significant grade change over there along that side of the property, which is the southerly boundary. We have close to about a 10-foot drop between the property line and the proposed roadway. We can only hold 3 feet of cover over the septic system. That's the maximum that's allowed. So we would need a very long and significant wall or walls in that area just to build a septic system. The system itself, as shown on the plan, would be segmented. It would be rather awkward. It's in a tough location. We would also have to incur substantial expense in order to put in a pump or a lift station to catch half of the units because they would be below the septic system's elevation. Right now, we're making full use of a gravity flow from all units going down the street to a properly sized H20 septic tank. And then that is done through sewer mains in the roadway. From there, it goes to a pump chamber. And from there, it goes to an adequately sized leach field. Does anyone have any questions at this point?
Maybe we should let Mark speak on, if there's no questions on that, maybe Mark should speak on the
Thank you.
That goes through the chair. I have a question when the chair dictates when it's ready for questions, right?
Sure.
My apologies.
Chairman?
Thank you, Scott. And you do have 2 minutes left on your presentation, so I don't know if you want to hold off on board questions at this very moment and just wrap up your presentation, or what you prefer to do, Mr. Maroney.
Well, I'd like Mark to address the vernal pool wetlands area before we wrap up our presentation.
Sure thing. So there have been a number of comments about vernal pool habitat from conservation, and I think it was from engineering as well. There's a unique regulatory nuance in play here that I don't think conservation was aware of in their comment letter. Under the state regulations, vernal pool habitat extends 100 feet from the vernal pool, but only if it's within another resource area. So in this case, vernal pool habitat, strictly from a regulatory perspective under the state regulations, only extends to the wetland boundary, which is immediately adjacent to the vernal pool. So I think we need to modify the plans to make that more clear. But that eliminates a lot of the questions and comments that have been raised about work being within vernal pool habitat.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, because some of the people that are here this evening weren't listed in the original application on housing, could Mr. Manganiello just give us a brief detail of his background and qualifications?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry about that. I'm a wetland scientist with LEC Environmental Consultants. We're out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. I've been in the field for about 20 years. I've appeared many times in front of the Falmouth Conservation Commission and many other commissions. And we delineated the mean high water line to the vernal pool on this property.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. The 15 minutes has expired, Ms. Maroney, so I didn't know if you possibly wanted to ask for additional time or if you wanted to get to board questions.
No, I think I'd rather get to the board questions at this point. We still obviously have a lot of work to do on this, so I'd like to hear the questions.
Very good, thank you. And again, if anyone out there has any questions, comments, concerns, I do see a couple of comments, so we will get to that when the time comes. But again, if you have any questions, just use the webinar chat, use your full name and address for the record, and we will get to it shortly. But as for board questions, let's see. Ed, any questions?
Yeah, do you know if the people that own the property to the north, there's about 22 acres that's vacant. You know if they have any plans, long-range plans for that?
I'm not aware of any plans for that, no. Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Anything else, Ed?
That's all.
Thank you, Ed.
No, that's all for now.
Very good. Scott, any questions?
Yeah, and I'm not sure who I asked this to. One of you gentlemen may be able to answer this. Who made the determination not to have this property ready for us to go inspect? There was no staking. The grass was 4 feet high. There's no way to interpret these plans by walking this property if you can't simulate your plans to the property with some kind of staking. Was that a monetary reason, or what was the reason behind that?
No, it was more of a scheduling reason. We made the effort to get out there. We just, the surveyor just couldn't get his crew out there in time.
I mean, you'd have to agree with me, Mr. Maroney, that with a project of this magnitude, it'd be pretty important for us as a group to go out there and be able, especially with the issues that have been raised, to be able to put our hand on a stake that identifies a subject problem. I had trouble finding it, and I grew up here. There wasn't even a sign at the road to get in. So I just wanted to know what the reasoning behind that was. There was testimony early on in one of the correspondences that referenced the building. I didn't see one out there. Do you know what happened to it?
The building was removed quite some time ago. And
the record of that?
What do you mean by a record of it?
Well, because they had mentioned that maybe there had been some mechanical work done there and some cleanup might have to be done. So if we don't know where the building was because it's no longer there, then we can't direct our questions to that specific area for that specific issue.
Well, I think you can see where the building was when you do finally get out there. We didn't take the
I was out
foundation.
there yesterday.
You couldn't find where the building was, is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, not specifically. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the ground and it looks like there's been a lot of stuff buried. So I didn't particularly know what was what. So my question was about the staking and presenting, getting this property presentable for us to go out and look at it with some staking and give us some reference points. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. So, Mr. Marani, would the property be staked in the near future for us to go out there and take a look?
Yes, yes, sir. Frank Ryben.
If I can respond to that?
Yes.
Yes, we do have that scheduled. We had wished to have it staked prior to this meeting, but time constraints would not allow it. We should be in the field doing some of that staking next week. And also, if the board would like, while we're out there, I can even give you a few stakes in the area exactly where the former building was. We did locate that building prior to it being demolished. But right now, we do have full intentions of staking the roadway center line, 4 corners of each building, and the limits of work.
Mr. Ryben, do you have any anticipation of doing any abatement work there with, after you do any of this testing with the materials that have been buried there, obviously? Do you anticipate any abatement issues? That's all.
We don't have any specific plans for abatement now, but if the materials show up that must be removed, certainly they'll be removed. And I believe that Mr. Hermano can address that better than I can.
Because it's only been referenced in the area of the soil absorption system. I was more concerned with the overall property. But yeah, if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Any regard to abatement on the property, I am not personally aware of any releases of oil or hazardous materials on this property. I did a little due diligence and I reviewed all records at the DEP. They have an online waste site. I could not find any record of any reported release for this property. I could not find any for any of the adjacent properties. I know there's been some talk about material being buried. I think some statements are that it's observed on the slopes, heading towards the vernal pool. And I don't disagree with what those comments are. I just don't claim to know that they're oil or hazardous materials. It might be some debris on the ground, but if there are any materials like that encountered, I can offer my expertise in that field to the proponent of the project.
Yeah, because in the packet, there was some concerns about the fact that it was used as some kind of mechanics building and some spillage possible, or wanting to check for that in the packet itself. Somebody's response or their questions, one of the town officials were asking about it. So I wanted to just check with you if you had any anticipation of looking into that.
I would have to defer it to the owner of the property and his representative.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. And to go off of Scott's questions, was there a 21E done on the property at all?
No, not by us. No.
How about by the sellers?
Oh, no, there was nothing done by the sellers.
All right. And Mr. Rebellin, you mentioned that the property was going to be staked, which we do appreciate. And I think if you do include the a stake of where that former building was, we'd appreciate that as well. In addition to those parts that you said that were going to get staked, can you also outline the property line?
We can do that. The limit of clearing is very close to the property line in some locations, but not all. So we can go ahead, if you'd like, and mark out the property line in the areas where the limit of clearing does not come close to it.
Sure, I think we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Ken, any questions?
So I'm particularly interested in and concerned about the wetland buffer and vernal pool buffers. So when you do your staking, I would appreciate it if you might also indicate where those lie. If I'm reading your plan correctly, the 100-foot buffer, there's several buildings that intrude beyond that 100-foot wetland buffer. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are units within the 100-foot wetland buffer.
Right. And so I guess under the, if this was a normal development under the state statute, you'd need an order of conditions to do that work.
Mark?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And that's state regulation, right? That's not our local. I'm correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So this isn't merely that you're disturbing the landscape, you're actually proposing to put buildings beyond the buffer.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure how, I know that there is a referral from conservation. Robert went through those. There's a lot of information in those referrals. Was there a clear statement from conservation on where they stand?
It seemed to appear that within the files that they don't want anything within that 100-foot buffer, and it is also state regulated. It is a large parcel of land, so my question actually to the developer is, why would you locate those buildings within the buffer when you have room on the parcel to take them outside the buffer?
I'm not sure we have room outside the buffer to put those buildings, and I think we are, the correct term, I'm not sure. I think we're within the jurisdictions of the state bylaw to put the buildings in the buffer zone. We're just in their jurisdiction. It's not a no-build zone, and I'd like Mark to expound on that, but I believe it's just we have to follow their rules, we're prohibited from working there. Is that
Yeah,
correct,
that's correct. Yeah, so it's the 100-foot buffer zone, and that is a jurisdictional area, which, as was pointed out, requires an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. But there are no specific regulations that say you cannot work in the buffer zone. It just requires a permit. So it's a jurisdictional area, but a buffer zone project under the state regulations is typically permittable by conservation commissions.
So I did a site visit out there today. I concur with the other members regarding the staking, the addressing, the signage. I was extremely disturbed by the condition of the land, which to anyone walking on the site looks like the area was used for some kind of a dumping ground. I walked over multiple materials, pipes sticking out of the ground, buckets labeled asphalt sealant. There is current activity there. Someone's been dropping stuff that's got to be marine related from the smell of the breakdown. The building that was removed, I know, was on an old photograph. It doesn't seem there was ever a permit to remove any of that. And my question, I guess, would be, if you purchased this property last year, and I assume you walked the site, and I only went in a little ways because it was overgrown, you couldn't get in too far, why would you not ask for or require an E21 report or an environmental impact, knowing that if you're a property owner, you would be responsible if situations found and you have to do a hazardous cleanup?
Oh, to address that, the previous owner, the project was in such dire financial state from the previous owner that even the town of Falmouth took less than the taxes that were due under the tax bill just to make this happen. And it was a court-ordered sale, basically. And so they had no money to do any of that. But we felt we were proactive and brought some people out to the site that um, on a walkover, pretty much assured us that we could be comfortable that there wasn't any real hazardous material on the site. As far as the building was falling down, we thought it was more of a safety hazard to leave it there, so we took it out of there. The roof was caved in, the walls, some of the walls were falling apart. So for liability reasons, we took it out of there.
So you
So
mentioned
what
that
what was the prior use of that building?
From what we understand, it was one of the owners used it as a sort of a construction yard. That's where he parked his trucks and his trailers. And we found some evidence that he may have put some curbing that he dug up. There's still some curbing laying out there. So some old granite curbing on the site. There was some concrete pipe. There was various other construction materials laying around on the site. There were some old appliances that we took out of there too.
So why wouldn't you have been concerned that they might have also disposed of oil or gas on the site?
Well, we were concerned, and we did a cursory check of that. We had some people that know what they do and walk over the site and look at it. We checked with the fire department and a few other places that you'd normally check to see if there are any reported events that should concern us, and we didn't see any.
So when you had people look over the site that made you feel comfortable that there wasn't an issue, what were their qualifications?
Well, there were people that deal with those things. Rob Sullivan's on the line. I forget the guy who we had come out there, but it's a demolition guy who deals with cleaning up sites like that.
So did they give you any kind of a report, or was this just a verbal on-site inspection?
Just sort of a walkover on the site. Is there anything here we need to be concerned about? What do you see?
So without my background and just walking on the site today, and if you walk on the site and look around, I think you're going to see products that are out there that would give you some kind of concern that there is other materials buried in the ground. The reason I bring it up is because besides the major issues I think you have with the vernal pool, which are an extreme importance, I think the possible hazards out there is a safety issue, which also has to do with any kind of development there and dig. And I know you can do test pits in different areas. That site has been let overgrow for years. Some of the areas that I look through, you can see other things hanging out through the ground. I'm just extremely concerned that there was dumping and issues out there that could easily be overlooked because people have moved around material. That building that was taken down definitely had some kind of mechanical use in there. You haven't had any soils testing for any kind of issues with oils or hazards. I'm just surprised that somebody would take on a project like this, seeing the evident signs at ground level, without having some kind of an inspection report, just so you wouldn't get the liability of the hazardous cleanup, especially with the fact that, this borders a vegetated wetland and a vernal pool. And God forbid any of those hazards are now draining directly into the vernal pool. I did go through we do get these nice folders with all your applications with the state. And I know we don't have a lot of time tonight. I particularly found a lot of inconsistencies in the application, but I think some of that might have to do with the fact that you've modified some of the issues with the permit. I don't want to have to go through everything, but if you could submit to us differences of what you're currently applying for that aren't listed in the application. I know there was also something in there about there's no easements. It appears there's an easement of a road access on the right of the property. Is that something you're going to be abandoning because it says in the application there are no easements?
Where did I lose? Is the intention that our access, I lost the video for some reason here. Is our intention when the project's approved, if the project's approved, to have separate access to the site, and we would then abandon the easement. Right now, we have the right to use the easement, which we're going to continue to use and access the site at this point.
So in your application, why did you check off that there was no easement?
Because the approval of the application doesn't require an easement.
But you answered the question, does the site have an easement, yes or no? And you answered no.
Well, the no is that it wouldn't be an easement to access the site. There's an easement now that we haven't abandoned yet. Or as the project is approved, the approval would show that the access does not require the easement, and we would abandon the easement. It shows the road is completely on our project. The driveway is completely on our site.
As far as the staking for site visits, and I know you are going to be doing that, we need a date certain that that site is going to be staked. It's going to be labeled with an address so anyone else knows where the project is. The buildings be demarcated and there be some kind of an access for us to get to those staked areas. It's extremely overgrown. But we actually need a date for that. So, you know, where we're trying to fit everything into our schedules so you have all the appropriate time that you need, it's nice to say that it's going to be done soon. But we're actually going to have to need a date because nobody here can actually, as of right now, even look at what's on that site. You know, there isn't even, I had the same issue that Mr. Zelinski has, and I was a little stunned. I mean, you know, Mr. Maroney, you've done other projects before. You know these applications, they did come in very early. I cannot believe there wasn't even an address point staked on the property. And, you know, we hear today that, well, we just didn't have time to do it yet. This application has been in the works for a while. I just don't understand why that staking has never occurred. And I do not want to get in a situation with another one of these projects where every time we have a meeting, we have to ask for something that just wasn't there. So if you can please come up with a date that all that information will be submitted and that the stakes will be up so that we can actually do a proper site visit so we know actually what's there. I would also suggest to the board, because of this site, because of the grade and the issues that we see right now on the site, that we probably should schedule some kind of a board site walk, similar to what we may have done with the campground, where the applicant can be there with his engineer. You know, the board can't discuss anything between the board members, but the members themselves can ask questions while we're there. Things can be pointed out because it's a very complicated site to access. And again, I know this project is just starting. I am just stunned that somebody would say, I walked people around that land and just looked at the condition it's in the materials that you see at ground level and just say, well, I don't think it's a problem. It's a problem. And I think better off that you handle it now and start to look at what might be there and what you have to handle before we get into a whole situation where now we have to have DEP involved so that they come to the site. You know, when you have a building that's shown at one point that's had mechanical work with contractors in a contractor's yard, and now you see the building is missing with no demolition permit, no explanation where everything went, and we're supposed to sit here and understand that everything is just fine. I don't feel that's acceptable.
Well, so you know there was mechanical work done in there, and you know there were problems that have been reported? Is that what you're stating?
There were photos from assessors that show that there were mechanics in there. There's been comments made tonight even that there was a contractor's yard that ran there. You know, I'm sure that the applicant did due diligence when he saw the site. I don't know if there is any other reports, but I'll tell you what I would ask the board right now. I would like to check with the town and anyone and see if anyone has made any reports there over the years that maybe weren't even followed up. I normally wouldn't do something like that, but when you walk on that site and see what's buried there sticking out of the ground, it makes you nervous. And, you know, I know you would want to make sure it's done too, because you want to put in a nice project that doesn't have any safety concerns. Right now, I have a safety concern with the site, before we even discuss anything else, I'm worried about hazards that are in there. I'm worried that those hazards get into the vegetated buffer. Have they affected the vernal pool? Is there runoff of hazards that are going onto adjacent properties? And I'd like to know some of that information up front. I don't know what you have to do, if you have to do different site tests, different areas of the property. I would start where you think the buildings were located. But, when a family's owned something like that so many years, and things went on and buildings disappear and things happen, and you can see where physically people are dumping stuff, you have to appropriately address something like that.
We'll between now and the next meeting, we will address that further. We will clear the site so you can get in there. Frank, when will it be staked by?
We'll be starting the staking next week. This time of year, we got a lot of rainstorms coming in, so I can't really predict how many field days we'll have available to us, but I know it can be completed within 2 weeks. It's certainly not 2 weeks worth of work to stake it, but weather depending, I would like to allow that much to make sure that I'm not promising something to the board that does not occur.
Thank you. And thank you, Bob, for your concerns. I do want to wrap up with board questions, given the late hour. And there have been public comments. These people have been waiting around for hours at this point, waiting to provide their questions and concerns. So we will get to them. James, any questions?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Mary, any questions?
No questions at this time.
Thank you, Mary. I will read off, there's a few public comments here, and bear with me while I scroll through the chat to read it. First is from Jim Price, 49 North Falmouth Highway. He identifies as an abutter. And if I could scroll down, give me just a minute. It doesn't seem to be working for me.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
No, I just said if you have a difficulty, let me know and I could read the comments in.
Thank you. I got it going. It says much of this neighborhood is designated as Eastern box turtle habitat. Has this been recognized in the planning, save the turtles? From Daniel Ward, 51 North Falmouth Highway. He also says he's an abutter to the south of the project. Mr. Ward says, my main concern is the impact of the large septic system designed for 34 bedrooms directly adjacent to a vernal pool. The leach bed is directly adjacent to the vernal pool, and excess nitrogen leaching into the vernal pool and wetlands will be extremely environmentally destructive. It is the most inappropriate location on the entire property. And, I just lost it a little bit. The property would be much more environmentally sustainable. Excess nitrogen is a large problem on Cape Cod, and it is important to limit impacts to the environment from high-density construction. There is also an easement to 51 North Falmouth Highway of 20 feet into the proposed property. And there was another comment. I'll have to scroll back. From Anthony Turney, abutter south of the project, are the developers aware of an easement on the property for 51 North Falmouth Highway? So that is the public comment at this point in time. So Bob, you raised a good point about a group visit of the property. I think that might be appropriate at some point. How does the board feel about that? Maybe we can schedule that in the future.
Most definitely.
All right. So the property is going to be staked. We can certainly go out there by ourselves at some point, but I think it might be best if we all go out there together, given the nature of the project.
And on the staking, Mr. Chairman, once the staking is completed, we're going to need at least a week's notice so that different members can go out there once it's done.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
I think Mr. Hermanu referenced an engineering report. If you could get that to the town engineer or maybe our peer review so they can review. I know that you said there was some discrepancies in between that report and the engineering's comments.
Yes, absolutely.
Anything else for next time?
No, actually, just on the engineering comments, I'd just like to have all the comments addressed so we can review those in advance, and just be aware that, like most applications, when you do submit any of this information to the board, we do need all that information in advance in order to be able to review it prior to hearings. And if we don't get the information in advance, we can't move forward with the hearings until we get the information.
Yeah, one other engineering comment that I found pretty compelling was the lack of maneuverability at the end of the road, end of the driveway. They suggested that normally a T turnaround or a cul-de-sac of some kind would be required.
Thank you, Ken. That's something that I forgot to mention myself. And Noreen, I guess you said at the beginning of the hearing that we'll be engaging a peer review for this.
Yes.
Very good. All right. So we are looking at a continuation, obviously. What's our next best date?
So we'd be looking at August 20.
Move to continue to August 20.
Second.
All right, so motion to continue this hearing until August 20th. The motion was made by Ken, second by Bob. We'll do a roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. Mr. Maroney, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Night.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Right. So that does it for our public hearing portion of the evening. We do have open meeting items. It is 10:27, and the motion was to continue to 10:30. Up first, we have voting the minutes from June 25th, 2020. Has everyone had a chance to review those minutes? Any sort of motion?
Yes. Motion to approve the minutes of June 25th.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So motion to approve the minutes of June 25th, 2020. Motion was made by Ed and seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
James?
James Morse, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. And the minutes from July 2nd, or I believe
We
we're
will table those.
Tabling. All right, tabling July 2nd. Up next, we have discuss draft decision with possible vote for application 33-20 Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank, 78 Main Street in Falmouth.
Has everyone reviewed the draft?
Yes.
If everyone's reviewed the draft, then I'd make a motion to approve the draft as revised.
Second.
All right, so the motion was made by Bob and seconded by Ed. And Bob, my apologies. Can you remind me of the voting members on this? I don't have it in front of me.
Noreen, do you have that in front of you? Because I just put away my sheet.
Sorry, Bob.
That's okay.
So all the regular board members.
Very good. Thank you, Noreen. So the regular board members are voting this as voting members. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Ken? Nope, you're muted, Ken.
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So that passes unanimously. Board discussion, management of abutter participation for Zoom hearings. Anything new that's noteworthy?
I just say you did a nice job tonight.
Thank you.
Yes.
It is a challenge.
Yeah, there is one item not on the agenda, but just to bring it to your attention, you did extend the comprehensive permit for Megansett Crossing to the top of July. with the COVID circumstance, the court has extended all permits that would typically expire during this period of time. That being said, I felt it was probably of value to still have in our file a specific request to extend. So we do have a request to extend by the developer. And so I would plan to just do that administratively, but I just wanted to let you folks know that.
Very good. Thank you, Noreen. Board updates. Is there anything? All right. Future agenda items. Anything?
No, just to mention, I know we deal with this all the time now, but and it's come up tonight and it's come up on other projects. There is no excuse not to have, sites that we have to go look at labeled and marked. I understand if they're in a week, if there's a week, or I know something happened a couple of weeks ago where by accident the landscaper pulled up stuff that, that's understandable. But to go through something that we did this evening and just, it just wasn't done. It's hard enough for us to take time off of our schedules to make the site visits, to arrange to go there. And when you get to projects and none of that work has been done, which is basic work that's expected with the application, it's very troubling. And I think at some point, these applicants are going to have to understand that if they don't do the site work, I don't think we should open the applications. I think we should give a reason for it. If you can't make a site visit the night the application is open, and I don't know what the legality is, but I think then we shouldn't open those applications until that information is done.
Well said, Bob. It's been a longstanding practice to have the property staked well in advance of the application actually opening. So I agree with you 100%.
I went out there today, and it took several times going by there to find that. The numbers changed from the high 900s or something, and then all of a sudden it changes back to low digits.
Ed, I grew up 5 miles from there. I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe Bob, like you said, we'll have to review our policies and procedures and
notify
add
the
some teeth to
applicants.
some things.
I would notify the applicants the night of. I mean, whether it's the meeting or not, and just say quite out, yes, you're on the agenda, but because this information isn't done, we can't discuss it because we couldn't look at it. Because we always get the pushback. They say, oh, I'm sorry, or it'll be 3 weeks or 4 weeks, or we'll do it when we have time. But, we're under such scheduling concerns. I mean, right now you're looking at our continuations right now are already at the end of August.
Right.
So
it is their obligation. It's their obligation to get the site ready.
And it affects other applications because then we start hearing stuff that we're not ready for and we put somebody else off. So I just think they have to start sticking to this. And, same thing with the information submittals. We're still getting information submittals, one day before.
As recent as this afternoon.
Yeah. And that just isn't acceptable. And if they don't do it, instead of saying they chance not to be heard, it should just be, if you don't get the information in, you will not be heard that night.
Hey, not to mention what it does to staff. I mean, they're trying to put stuff together for the meeting, and there's stuff continuously coming in at the end of the day. It's not fair to them either.
Right.
No, it's not fair to staff. It's not fair to us, and it's not fair to any of the abutters because they try to review this information in advance. They're not expecting to see anything because they know what our rules and regulations are too. So we just have to start holding the applicants to it. We just can't give them leeway anymore. We don't have the ability to do it, and they're not going to like it when it happens the first time, but they're going to have to deal with it.
Bobby, we used to do it. And what happens is, and Ken can attest to this, you enforce it and then they slide right back into 5 minutes before. The meeting. So it's been addressed. This has been an ongoing problem throughout the industry, I think.
Well, many thanks and credit to Noreen and Ashley. I know that there were a number of emails that came through not only today, but earlier this week. And they did a great job forwarding us all that information. But Bob, you're right. It's a lot of last minute submittals that, quite frankly, we shouldn't be dealing with. So. All right. Anything else? All right, our next meeting, we have a week off. Our next meeting is July 23rd.
And we're expecting a storm, so batten down the hatches. I keep getting warnings during the Zoom meeting about all the torrential rain.
Throw down a couple more ties on the boat, Ken. If she is in the water, I don't know. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
All right.